Aloha mai kākou. Good morning to everybody, both participating in the meeting and attendees. Today is June 9th, 2020. I'm grateful that we're all together virtually and we're able to begin to resume some of our important work. This is the June 9th, 2020 Land Use Commission meeting, and it's being held using interactive conference technology, linking video conference participants and other interested individuals of the public via a Zoom internet conferencing program. This is being done to comply with state and county official operational directives during the current pandemic. Members of the public are viewing the Zoom webinar platform and/or simultaneously streaming video on YouTube. For all meeting participants, please be aware that unlike in-person meetings where our court reporter can say that she cannot hear us or ask us to repeat, this is not possible in this venue. So I would stress to everyone the importance of speaking slowly and clearly and directly into your microphone before speaking, and also stating, as suggested by Commissioner Okuda, your name for the record prior to speaking. Please also be aware that all meeting participants are being recorded on the digital record of this Zoom meeting and on the YouTube platform as well. Your continued participation is your implied consent to be part of the public record of this event. If you do not wish to be part of the public record, you should exit the meeting. The Zoom conference technology allows the parties and each participating commissioner individual remote access to the meeting proceedings via their personal digital devices. The Land Use Commission Chair, currently myself, Jonathan Scheuer, Commissioners Axon, Chang, Okuda, and Wong, the LUC Executive Officer Daniel Oredenker, Chief Clerk Riley Hakoda, support staff, the Land Use Commission's Deputy Attorney General Bill Weinhoff, and the court reporter Jean McManus are all on Oahu. Commissioner Cabral is on Hawaii Island, Commissioner Ohigashi is on Maui, and Commissioner Giovanni is on Kauai. We currently have 8 seated commissioners. Are there any questions or technical problems at this time from any of the people in the main part of the meeting? Seeing none. Our first order of business is the adoption of the May 6, 2020 minutes. Are there any corrections or comments on the minutes? Confirming with the Commissioner Cabral, please unmute yourself. Commissioner Cabral, please unmute yourself. There you go.
This is Commissioner Cabral. My apologies. I will try and be trained. I would like to make a motion to accept the minutes as written.
Okay, let me first confirm that there was no public testimony, written public testimony received on the minutes from either Mr. Derrickson or Mr. Hakoda.
None, Chair.
Thank you. A motion has been made to accept the minutes by Commissioner Cabral. Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Wong. I second.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Wong. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Oredenker, please roll call the commission for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Cabral.
Yes.
Commissioner Wong.
Aye.
Commissioner Ohigashi.
Yes.
Commissioner Okuda.
Yes.
Commissioner Giovanni.
Yes.
Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
Commissioner Axon.
Yes.
Chair Scheuer.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minutes are adopted unanimously.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is the tentative meeting schedule. Mr. Oredenker. Hold on, Mr. Oredenker. You are muted.
Okay.
There you go.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I don't know.
Okay.
I thought I was unmuted. Tomorrow we will be holding another Zoom meeting on this matter. Instructions have been posted to the website as how to That's how to attend and join. On June 24th, we also have time set aside for another Zoom meeting on this matter. June 25th, we will be having a Zoom meeting, virtual meeting on Hilo, emanating from Hilo on the County of Hawaii's motion for declaratory ruling on the A18-805, which is the church matter, A18-804, which is the Barry matter, and A99-729, which is Hawaii Land Trust. That will be a status report. On July 8th, we will be attempting to once again begin in-person meetings. This meeting will be held on Maui to resume the Kwana Ulu Ranch motion to dismiss. On July 9th, excuse me, we will also be on Maui for a continuation of the Kwana Ulu Ranch matter, Central Maui landfill matter, Lanai acceptance of the EA, and the Pulele Hua adoption of order. On July 22nd, we will be having a meeting on Oahu for any further hearings on this matter, and to take up the A92-683 Halikua matter. That will also be, once again, a live meeting. On July 23rd, we will be in Hilo for the U of N Benco matter. August 12th, we will also be in Hilo for the University of Nations order to show cause matter. On August 13th, we will be again in Hilo for the Wai'ai Land Trust matter and the Newton family motion to amend. On August 26th, we have that set aside for the Kwana Ulu motion once again. And on the 27th, we will also be on Maui for Kihei High School and C. Brewer bifurcation. September 9th, we will again be on Maui for the C. Brewer matter. And on the 10th, we will also be on Maui for C. Brewer and the motion to amend for Hano Hano. On September 23rd, we have tentatively set aside that day for adoption of the motion for order. In this case, if we proceed in that in a quick enough time period. And that takes us through October. I would caution the commissioners that there are a lot of petitions and motions and the like being filed as we recently reopened. So we're looking to a very rigorous schedule going into the end of the year.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oredenker. Commissioners, are there any questions for Dan? Seeing none. Okay. Our next agenda item is the continued hearing and action meeting on docket number A17804, Hawaiian Memorial Life Plan Limited, to consider a petition to amend the Conservation Land Use District boundary into the Urban Land Use District for approximately 53.449 acres of land at Kaneohe, Island of Oahu, State of Hawaii, TMK number 14-5-033, a portion of Lot 1. Will the parties for docket number A17804 please identify themselves for the record? You may need to each enable your audio. Beginning with the petitioner.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission, Curtis Tabata and Ben Matsubara, for the petitioner Hawaiian Memorial Life Plan Limited.
Okay. County.
Dwayne Pang, Deputy Corporation Counsel on behalf of the city.
Okay. Office Planning.
Morning, Deputy Attorney General Dawn Apuna on behalf of the State Office of Planning.
Okay. Interveners Huio Pikoiloa.
This is, good morning, everyone. This is Grant Yoshimori and Rich McCready, interveners pro se.
Okay. Did I miss anybody who's appearing? Okay. Thank you. Now let me update the record. On January 22nd, which seems like about 10 years ago, the commission met at the Ko'olau Ballroom and Conference Center in Kaneohe, Hawaii, for an action meeting on this docket to consider the petition to amend the Conservation Land Use District boundary into the Urban Land Use District, and we began proceedings on this matter. The petitioner offered for its witness Scott Easer and Robin Lim. Mr. Easer suspended his testimony to allow Mr. Lim to testify out of order since Mr. Lim could not appear at another time. Mr. Lim completed his testimony and was excused. Mr. Easer's questioning was to be continued at a future LUC meeting on this matter. Subsequently, the pandemic disrupted the planned meeting schedule. On May 6th, the commission had an action meeting on this docket and granted an extension of time for decision-making to hear the petition due to the pandemic and accompanying state and county directives in place for public health protection. From May 6th until recently, the commission has received public comments via email and written correspondence on this matter, which have been made part of the record. Also on May 6th, the commission received the petitioner's supplemental list of exhibits, as well as exhibits 54 through 58. On June 1st, the commission mailed the June 9th and 10th notice of agenda to the parties and to our statewide email and Oahu mailing lists. On June 8th, the commission received the intervener's amended list of exhibits and exhibit 14 and petitioner's second supplemental list of exhibits and exhibit 59. Now let me briefly run over our intended procedures for today. First, I will recognize any written public testimony that has been received on this matter, identifying the person or organization who has submitted the testimony. Next, I will call for those individuals who have pre-registered to provide public testimony on this docket. All such individuals will be called into this meeting by me. I will enable your audio and video, and so you'll be brought into our virtual witness box where I will swear you in. You will have 2 minutes to provide your testimony, and then you should stand by to see if there's questions from any of the parties or the commissioners for your testimony. After all questions on your testimony have been completed, I will then excuse you and put you back into the attendee portion of this meeting. And then I will call for the next witness to appear. After all registered testifiers have completed their testimonies, I will call for any individuals in the general audience who wish to provide public testimony for this docket to identify themselves by using the raised hand function on your device screens. And you might test if you're in the attendee room right now, just check to see whether or not you can find the raised hand function and see whether you can raise your hand and lower it. I'm seeing a number of you. Just keep testing if you will. You will also, if called in from the audience and you've not registered to provide public testimony, will have 2 minutes to provide testimony after being sworn in. And I'll also ask you to stand by in order to respond to any questions from the parties or the commissioners. When all questions have completed, I'll excuse the witness, return you to the audience. After the completion of all public testimony, I will give the parties the opportunity to admit exhibits into the record. And after the admission of exhibits, the petitioner will resume presenting their case. Once the petitioners completed with their presentation, it will be followed by the City and County of Honolulu, the State Office of Planning, and then the intervener, Huio Pikoi Loa. From time to time, I will be holding recesses in these proceedings, both for a break for the court reporter and for all of our eyes and our bodies as we need to get up and stretch it from our screens. Are there any questions from any of the parties or objections to our procedures for today, starting with the intervener?
No questions from the intervener. This is Grant Yoshimori.
Oh, sorry. And thank you for doing exactly what I said, but I actually meant starting with the petitioner. So starting with the petitioner.
Petitioner has no questions.
Okay. County,
The city has no questions or objections.
OP.
State has no questions.
Okay, and we've heard from the intervener. Thank you very much. I will now recognize public written testimony submitted in this matter, identifying the person or organization submitting the testimony. And give me a moment while I pull that up. Written testimony on this matter has been received from Kathleen O'Malley, on June 8th from Joy Kimura and Cheryl Tyler, between June 6th and 7th from Kathleen O'Malley, Timothy Deegan, Scott Z. Matayoshi, Bronson Azama, Vanita Ray Smith, and Reen Moncho. On June 5th, testimony was received from Patrick Pollard. On June 4th, from Sean McCready. Also on June 4th, from the Pacific Resource Partnership, signed by Christopher Delaunay. On June 3rd, from Karen Galut. And on May 28th, from Trees for Honolulu's Future, signed by Dan Donnell. Commissioners, are there any questions about the written testimony, which has also been posted on the Commission's website?
Commissioner Giovanni, do you have a question?
I do. This is Commissioner Giovanni. Previously in these proceedings, I made a disclosure, personal disclosure. Do I need to restate that at this time, or was that for this docket?
Thank you, Commissioner Giovanni, for raising this. I believe every single commissioner made some kind of disclosure related to this docket. If there's no change in circumstance or new matter that has arisen, you do not need to repeat your disclosures.
Thank you. No change in circumstance.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions about the written testimony received on this matter from the commissioners? Okay, seeing none. Next, I will call on individuals who have registered to provide testimony. And bear with me as I pull this up. Our first testifier is Mark Harris, followed by Christopher Delaunay from Pacific Resources Partnership. Let me try and pull Mr. Harris into the meeting if he has indeed come in. Mr. Harris, if you're here, can you raise your hand? Not seeing Mr. Harris, I will move on to the representative from Pacific Resource Partnership. If you hear me calling your name, please raise your hand. So you jump to the top. Great. Okay, you're now joining the meeting as a panelist, and please enable your video if possible. Good morning, aloha.
Aloha, good morning. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to swear you in, and then I will ask you to conclude your testimony in 2 minutes and then hold on for any questions from the parties or the commissioners.
Okay.
So do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. Good morning and aloha. This is Chris Delaunay with Pacific Resource Partnership. We stand in strong support of this project. The Hawaii Memorial Park is one of the few active cemeteries on Oahu. The approval of HMP's expansion plans will meet the needs of Hawaii families and our growing senior population. HMP has made good faith efforts to address cultural and environmental concerns and expressions of public sentiment regarding this project. On an economic note, Hawaii is in the midst of an economic recession from COVID-19. With over 220,000 unemployed Hawaii residents, now is the time to expedite dockets that will provide local jobs and solid investments in our people, our communities, and our state. PRP respectfully requests this commission to approve the expansion of the HMP project in the most expeditious manner possible. And thank you for this opportunity to provide our support for this project. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. Are Are there questions, starting with the petitioner?
Has no questions.
County,
No questions from the county.
OP,
No questions.
commissioners. Commissioner Okuda.
This is Gary Okuda. Thank you, Mr. Delaney, very much for your testimony. May I ask you this, Pacific Resource Partnership, can you describe what that organization is or who's involved in it? Just very, very briefly.
Yeah, we represent over 240 general or contractors, and then we also represent the Hawaii Regional Council of Carpenters.
Okay, thank you. Now, are you aware that the proposed project here involves excavation of about 470,000 cubic yards of material, and not all of those materials will be filled on the site, meaning we have testimony that about 57,000 cubic yards are intended to be disposed at the PVT landfill. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware of that.
The PVT landfill in Nanakuli is the only landfill that is operating right now on Oahu, which may receive construction material or debris. Is that correct?
That's what I believe. That's what I understand.
So in other words, construction debris or materials from all other construction projects on Oahu, if they are to be disposed in a landfill, the only landfill they can go to is PVT, correct?
That's what I understand, yes.
And if that is the case, if for some reason PVT landfill is not available, for example, if it's filled to capacity and there is no place to dispose of construction waste or debris, what would happen to those ongoing construction projects?
You know, I'm not too sure if I'm qualified to answer those questions, you know, but I would assume that if there's, you know, not a place to put the waste, then I don't know, you have to have some kind of a site, right, to dispose of it. So, but I'm not too sure what the other options are. Or
well, at minimum, would you agree that whether you're a contractor, big, small, or medium, if for some reason PVT landfill was not available for whatever reason to take construction materials, that would be an added cost or possible delay to those other construction projects, correct?
I'm sure if you don't have a place to put it, yeah, it'll probably delay construction projects, and there'll be some problems. But again, yeah, I mean, I'm not the person to ask those questions specifically, because I don't have the knowledge, expertise about PVT that would be needed. And, you know, it'd probably be better to ask a contractor specifically, or someone that has more knowledge about PVT than I do.
Yeah, and just two short questions, because I'm asking more questions that I think are more common sense driven than expert required.
Right. I'm doing the best with my limited knowledge, answering, you know, what I can answer, but I really don't know the situation. I'm just here to support the project.
Okay,
Yeah.
would you support the project, or would your organization support the project if in fact there was a question whether or not this project with 57,000 plus cubic yards of materials having to be disposed at the PVT landfill, if that might cause some negative effect on the landfill, would that raise a question to you and your organization whether or not this project should be supported?
You know, again, I'm just here to support this project.
Okay,
Thank you.
and final question is, you have no knowledge one way or the other what the effect would be of disposing 57,000 plus cubic yards of material at PVT, correct?
I mean, I'm not an expert in that area, and I'm here to support this project.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. No further questions. Thank you very much for taking time today to testify.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioners, are there any further questions for the representative from PRP? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
And I will now figure out how to demote you out of the meeting. Bear with me. Okay, our next person signed up for written testimony, our third, is Bronson Azama, who I saw in the meeting room. I'm going to promote you to a panelist and swear you in. I ask you to turn on your microphone and your video if possible.
Aloha, Kalamai. I was having some technical difficulties while arriving on here. Computer problems. I'm on my phone. So.
Oh, my ka'i. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. Please proceed and then stick around for questions from the parties or the commissioners.
Okay. Aloha mai kako o auno kainoa o kuolau ku'umauna o ke hia kuhoi ku'uku'u o kalimokele ku'ukahawai o ka waha o ka mano ku'ukai no he ia mai au. Aloha, my name is Bronson Azama, kanaka name Kainoa, and just a recent graduate of Casa High School as a part of that cohort that came in January. I'd just like to stand on my written testimony against the project for the reasons of the environmental impact, the damage to our natural resources, as well as some damage to some, I guess they consider it minor sites. I believe one of the agriculture terraces is listed as one. But I know it was brought up earlier in a previous testimony about having this whole diverse economy justification for the expansion of the project. However, the project does bring much environmental impact to our area, especially to Kaneohe Bay, with the use of chemical fertilizers and just the burying practices in general done by the Hawaiian Memorial. And those long-term effects then affect the adjacent fish pond, which go Waikulo Lokoi'a, which is fed by the streams that come from that area. So basically, you're slowly damaging the fish pond even more, and Waikulo has suffered a great deal already from various chemical sources and pollutant sources like the golf course, and even Hawaii Memorial Park is included in this. So for me, just to cause even more damage of areas that could pristinely be used to grow food even, and to even violate the Ko'olau Greenbelt, which is intended to preserve the beauty of our space here on our side of the island. It's just not right. And on top of that too, they're allowing poisons to enter our bay, which is where a lot of people still gather food to this day, especially now with the whole COVID situation. I've seen much more people going fishing. So we definitely need to do whatever it is we can to protect our natural resources. I'd also
That's
like
2
to
minutes.
Kalamai,
That's 2
okay.
minutes. If you could summarize, please.
In summary, I just stand against this proposed development, standing on my testimony, which states the environmental reasons, the cultural reasons, as well as the reasons that affect our economy too.
Mahalo for your participation. Please stand by. Are there questions for the witness from the petitioner?
No questions.
County.
No questions from the city.
State.
No questions.
Intervener.
I wanted to thank the testifier for his testimony, and we have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners. Seeing none, I have one question. Have you been involved with restoration at the fish pond?
Yes, I have. I've actually volunteered there a few times.
Okay. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your participation.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you.
This is
Commissioner Chang.
Commissioner Chang. Yes.
Please
Sorry,
proceed.
I thought I had my hand raised. Okay, thank you. Aloha Bronson, thank you so much for your testimony and coming again today. I appreciate throughout the technical difficulties. But let me ask you this. Do you consider yourself a cultural practitioner? You sound very ma'a to the cultural ways of Kaneohe.
Oh, I don't know. My definition of a practitioner is so different. I'll just say that I'm learning. I'm involved, but I don't know. Some of the cultural practitioners, they're way above my years, so I don't think I've reached their level just yet.
No, mahalo for your humility. Have you been up to the heiau or the cultural sites on this particular property?
I visited this heiau on my own time. I haven't gone with anybody. I would like to learn more. I've reviewed parts of the CIA, the Cultural Impact Assessment. And that's as far as it goes for me about this area, as well as a few readings that I've done prior to even knowing about this Memorial Park, because it kind of just called to me one time in a book, Sites of Oahu.
Okay, so based upon what you reviewed in the documents regarding the cultural preserve, do you believe that that is a benefit to the community?
I believe, I do like the intention of the cultural preserve, and I do like what it's doing. I don't see that as damaging to the topography of the land. I did disagree with a few. I know there's a few areas that they're still planning on removing based on the conditions, I believe, of those sites. For me, any ounce of desecration, no matter how big or small, is still desecration. But that's just my personal belief. But I do appreciate the intention and the work that's been going in from Honua Consulting, as well as the Civic Club, to really preserve the site.
Okay, thank you very much, Bronson. I have no other questions.
Thank you.
And thank you, Commissioner Chang. I'm sorry I missed your raised hand. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for Mr. Azama? Being none, mahalo.
Mahalo.
I'm doing a last call for the registered testifier, Mark Harris. I do not see him as an attendee. Are there any other members of the public who are attendees who wish to testify on this matter? If so, please raise your hand using the raising hand function in the attendees window on your personal device. Ms. Lauren Pokipala, I'm going to admit you into the meeting. Please turn on your video and audio. Aloha.
Aloha.
I'm going to swear you in, and then the same procedure as if you've seen it. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Okay, please proceed.
Aloha kako. I
Aloha.
oppose the expansion. Being born and raised in Kaneohe, I've come to appreciate this place, but most importantly for me is I've built a relationship and a connection by learning the mo'olelo and the wahipana of this place. So to me, this means now I have a kuleana, or a responsibility, and this is to make sure that the aina is managed with utmost care so that our future generations can enjoy what we enjoyed, and they won't have to suffer the consequences created by those of us here today. I know our people have been shortchanged many times, so we have to make sure we think about how our decisions today impact everyone years from now. So, as I thought about this issue, thinking about the purpose of a graveyard, I had to ask myself this question. If Hawaiian Memorial is expanding for the demand of more grave sites, what's going to happen 30, 40, 50 years from now? They're going to need more and more land for bodies. So are they going to keep asking for more land to expand? Will our future generations have to keep fighting this issue? Will our families be displaced from their community? And so instead of asking for more land, shouldn't they be strategizing how they can become sustainable with what they have. So, you know, if you're in support of this proposal or you're undecided, this is the time for yourself. What does Aina or land mean to me? And if you don't know, then that's probably most likely why you're in support or unsure. And so, you know, and even some Hawaii residents, they aren't connected to the Aina, meaning they don't grow their own food. They don't put their hands in the dirt. They don't know the mo'olelo of their ahupua'a. They don't have roots here. They don't know the importance of understanding the past.
It's 2 minutes. If you can summarize, please.
Okay,
Mahalo.
so they don't see the real value of the Aina. They see monetary or other values. And you don't even have to be Hawaiian to be connected to the Aina. If you call Hawaii your home, you drink the water from this Aina. At some point, you've probably eaten food from this Aina, and we breathe the air that this Aina provides. So Aina is not supposed to be about money. It's supposed to be about people, you know, we're being stewards to the land. So, you know, to conclude, I just want to challenge everyone to ask themselves, you know, what does Aina mean to me? How will this expansion affect the Aina? And if you can't answer this, then you need to take some time to learn, because we need to leave this place better than we found it. Okay, mahalo.
Mahalo. Are there questions for the witness from the petitioner?
No questions.
County,
No questions from the city.
Office of Planning,
No questions.
intervener.
No, we want to thank the testifier and we have no questions. Thank you.
Commissioners. Commissioner Chang.
Aloha, Lauren. Thank you so much for your testimony today. And I know you came in January, I believe. I wanted to ask you the same question that I asked Bronson. Have you been up to the site and visited the heiau or any of the cultural sites that are up there?
I haven't physically visited, but I've had conversation with Auntie Mahealani Cipher, who is one of the caretakers of that area. So this is like maybe 2 or 3 years ago. She had wanted to take our group of students to visit the site, but something came up with the weather and we couldn't go. But she's shared stories about the place, and I do live right down the road, so I kind of went myself, but I stopped at the end of the road. I didn't want to enter. So before this all came up, we kind of already knew about it, because she wanted us to take on the taking care of it, the youth from Castle High School. So she wanted to with me.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review the cultural preserve that was included in the proposal? I wanted to know how you felt about that, or you had any comments about that.
Yeah, but it's, you know, I read portions of it and still I didn't feel right about it. Like, you know, when people make commitments, but nothing is in writing, it's not pono. And so too many times I've seen that, like, promises being made, like, okay, we'll do this for you, we'll do that, we'll provide monies, but it doesn't happen.
Okay, no, I appreciate the candid answer. I have no other questions. Thank you again for coming before us and providing us your testimony. Mahalo.
Mahalo for this opportunity.
Are there further questions from any of the commissioners? I would just, I guess, respond more than question. So I appreciate your testimony very much. I just want to speak for, at least for myself, but I think for many other commissioners in this kuleana that we each bear as land use commissioners. We actually are obligated to keep an open mind till all the evidence has been presented. So I don't come in with a stance towards this or in opposition to this, though I would say that at least in my own personal practices, I do feel very strong. I have my own definition of Aina and how I relate to it and the different places that I relate to. So we are obligated legally and I believe ethically to listen to all of the evidence and all of the witnesses and all of the testimony to come to our decision. So I just want to respond to your testimony on that. Thank you very much for your testimony. Is there anything further from any of the commissioners? If not, mahalo.
Mahalo nui.
Is there anyone else who is an attendee in this meeting who wishes to provide public testimony on this matter? Oh, I see Sean McCready followed. Oh, I see also Mark Harris. I'm going to do Sean McCready followed by Mark Harris, who was actually registered as a testifier. I'm going to promote Sean McCready into being a panelist. When you come on, please enable your video and audio. Aloha, good morning.
Aloha, good morning.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes and then stick around for questions.
Thank you. Thanks so much for allowing me to testify today on behalf of my neighborhood. Being born and raised in Kaneohe, I'm extremely against the proposed Hawaiian Memorial Park expansion. The current coronavirus has really made me view death in society's way of memorializing our loved ones in a different light. On an island with limited space and natural resources, it would be severely wrong to allow Service International Corporation to deforest, severely grade, and fill in our hillside for 30,000 burial plots. I'm environmentally conscientious, as are many other millennials my age, and will seek alternatives to this outdated and antiquated means of internment. An interesting article that recently appeared in Forbes entitled "How the Pandemic is Killing the Death Industry" highlights how the current CEO of SEI, Tom Ryan, insists that the pandemic will actually hurt their funeral business. As he states, our ability to get in front of the consumer is limited. The article also goes on to state that the pandemic is severely limiting SEI's ability to upsell the bereaved. Their Texas-based corporation relies heavily on pre-need cemetery plot sales. And in these uncertain times of COVID-19, unemployment and financial instability, will local residents be able to afford or even desire an elaborate $20,000 or more funeral as compared to a more cost-effective cremation? SEI's petition for a amendment to rezone Kaneohe's conservation land to urban district. Cremation rates have actually surpassed burial rates in the US and will continue to rise during this pandemic. Times are changing. How will SEI adapt and adjust their funeral practices to alleviate their financial pressures and provide guidance for shifting consumer preferences? I'm asking you to not create a horrible precedent for other conservation land on the Windward side and North Shore. Please do not allow them to destroy Kaneohe's conservation land in order to maximize SEI's profits. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. McCready, and that was 2 minutes on the button.
Awesome.
Are there questions from the petitioner?
No questions.
No questions from the city.
No questions from the state.
Intervenor would like to thank the testifier, and we have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners. Commissioner Okuda.
Mr. McCready, thank you for testifying. Are you also one of the interveners?
I am not.
Okay, I'm sorry. I wrote something down wrong. Let me ask you this. As the chair said, we have to keep an open mind until all the evidence is in. So please don't take any of our questions to indicate or mean that any of us who are asking questions are biased one way or the other. Many times we ask these questions just to test what people have to say or to help educate us. So you understand that, correct?
Sure.
Okay, let me ask you this. Hawaiian Memorial Park, and I guess it's a parent corporation, SCI, is offering a cultural preserve and a conservation easement. Now, later on in this hearing, I'm sure we're going to get into the details or the lack thereof with respect to that. But just looking at that offer of what they're willing to put down, 10 years ago, the community opposed this, opposed a type of expansion. It was defeated. Now, approximately 10 years later, you know, there's another push for redesignation of conservation land. And, you know, there's a possibility that if the commission denies or rejects this request for the boundary amendment, 10 years from now, somebody else will come back and ask for redesignation of the conservation land into urban or something else that allows development. Don't you think that there is a benefit to the community to maybe take what's being offered now, even though it might not be what everybody wants 100%?
That's a good question. Honestly, my problem is, especially with the way that with the way that burials are done today. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I just don't see how compromising with deforesting 50 acres of conservation land in order to maintain a conservation site like that is going to be sort of worth that effort. I mean, to me, I would much rather stand up to fight for a sustainable way to allow the needs of sort of funeral practices that need to be done going forward while not degrading our hillside and destroying important watershed region. So yes, although the cultural site is very important to think about, I think that there's smarter ways that we can maintain that without having to compromise and destroy our watershed in the process.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any further questions for Mr. McCready? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony and your participation.
Oh, thank you.
Really appreciate it. In the audience is a registered testifier, Mr. Mark Harris. I'm going to be admitting them into the meeting. When you come in, please enable your microphone and your video. Mr. Harris, are you able? Yeah. Okay. Are you able to turn on your video as well?
Certainly. Aloha all.
Aloha. Can I ask you, before you begin your testimony, did you have any problem getting into the meeting earlier? Because I had called earlier for your name, but saw that you weren't in as attendee. I just want to check on the technology.
Not as technically savvy as I probably should be.
Okay.
But I did make it.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to swear you in, and then you have 2 minutes, and then stick around for questions. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Okay, please proceed.
Well, after hearing testimony from others, I kind of probably am echoing some of the same things that they've already said, but having been a graduate of Castle, raised in Kaneohe, played in this area that they are talking about expanding to, witnessed some of the things that have already been lost that I'm not sure if anybody actually talked about, but there once was a waterfall that ran all the way to the bay from that area that's already developed on Mokulele. So when we talk about opportunities and cultural sites and things of this nature, in my mind, the whole area is a cultural site. It is probably one of the last large open green spaces in Kaneohe, which was once considered the country. As we move forward in this kinds of decisions, certainly economics do play a role, but I don't see the funeral business as actually lucrative for local people. One of the things that hasn't been talked about is robots dig grave sites now. The cost of burial is obviously high. It's a profit-based business. It's not a community business. How will we be able to look back in the 10 years that were mentioned earlier and look at this decision as a benefit for the community? I only see corporate dollars being actually honored in this deal that is being proposed. And at the end of the day, housing will be on the table in 10 years. If you pass this, housing will be on the table in 10 years because making money off of funerals is not their plan. The original proposal was housing. So I am sure that they can wait out the 10 years to readdress this real issue, which is the housing. The other part of it is sustainability. It's agricultural land. Why would we not return it to agricultural land? When I was a kid, it was a banana patch, something that was sustainable. But we don't seem to value farmland the way we do other entities. I think it's very important that we look at it from that cultural perspective, that there are people growing traditional foods that could probably do well with that property if we're going to reallocate it. I think the expansion of a funeral site does not put money in the pockets of very many people, nor does it provide nourishment or, as was spoke earlier, the greenhouse effect. The climate change, those are real. When I was a kid, it rained a lot in Kaneohe, but the way it rains now, I don't see the bioswales as being effective to change the flood patterns. I don't really believe that the environmental study of that particular area was done. They used a study from another area to replicate what was possible.
Mr. Harris, it's been 2 minutes. Can I ask you to summarize your testimony, please?
Thank you for the 2 minutes. And my summary is this: sustainability is not around funeral homes or funerals or grave sites. Sustainability is vegetables, pineapples, guavas, papayas. That's sustainability.
Thank you. Are there questions for the witness?
Petitioner has no questions.
No questions from the city.
No questions from the state.
Intervener thanks testifier, and we have no questions. Thank you.
Commissioners, Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Harris, for your testimony, your passionate testimony. It sounds like, have you lived in this area? It sounds like for most of your life, you've gone to
Yes.
Stewart Castle. Are you?
I am from 45170 Oahu Place.
Okay, so that's right below the existing memorial cemetery?
Yes.
You raised a really good point about, and who knows, in 10 years, if they don't get this, they may come back for affordable housing, because that was always their intention. Do you understand that, well, it's my understanding that under their proposal, they are looking at to put 28 acres into cemetery, 14 acres into the cultural preserve, and the remainder of their property would stay in a conservation easement, which would prevent any future development, so including housing. Does that address some of your concerns about some certainty into the future if that this land could be turned into a housing development or anything other than a cemetery and cultural preserve?
I think that I feel strongly about the agricultural benefit as opposed to just a cultural benefit. I think the part that is missing in my mind is they still can address the housing in 10 years. There's no in perpetuity clause in there that says they could never revisit this. So if we're and this is kind of how I read this, if this is the compromise, then that language should be there somewhere that we would never have this conversation again.
And that's a good point. And that's my understanding of the conservation easement, is that it would be held by a third party. I don't know what the status of the negotiations with the Hawaiian Islands Trust, Land Trust, but if it was in a conservation easement in perpetuity to ensure that the land would not be developed into housing, would that make you feel more comfortable?
I think that it isn't even for me that I'm actually engaged in this activity. It's for the children who may not have had the experiences that I have had. I think one of the things I could say as a resident of Hawaii and a you know, in my mind, one of the sons of Hawaii, is I had a great childhood, great opportunity to meet all kinds of people, especially in the area that is proposed to be changed. It was our Shangri-La, if you will. So there is an emotional attachment for me there also. But being practical, I think the greatest challenge before us is the groups that we're going into this agreement with have one of the strongest lobbies in the country. So why would I believe that this would be off the table based on the language that's been presented in their proposal? In there is no commitment in perpetuity, as I just stated.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Harris. I really appreciate your testimony. And I too am from the windward side, which is God's country. So I agree with you. It doesn't get better than that to be born and raised in Kaneohe. Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Commissioners, are there further questions? Mr. Harris, I would just note that my mother was, before she passed away for decades, was very active in the Episcopal Church and held your highest esteem.
Thank you.
Oh, Commissioner Cabral.
Yes, I just would like to thank all of the testifiers for coming forward. And I feel the conflict because I know our job is to try and figure out how to deal with all of the different requests. And clearly, I appreciate the fact that they're living on the windward side. I, in fact, used to live right there in Kahalu, but I'm now in Hilo, and I think I'm here because I have more space and more land and more openness. So I appreciate that desire, yet I recognize the need for a population growth and those demands. And I also appreciate the concern, especially since COVID-19 has taken place. What is our future going to hold for funerals? Are we going to get to the point that the government mandates everybody be cremated, or can we go back to putting everybody back in our own backyard, or what? You know, it's a huge question, and I do appreciate the conflict and want to assure everybody that that we are trying to weigh everything and do the best job possible for everybody present and for the community. So I just want to thank everybody for their input. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cabral. Are there any other questions or comments from the commissioners? If not, thank you very much, Mr. Harris, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the audience wishing to provide public testimony at this time? If so, raise your hand. And if not, I will close public testimony and call for a 10-minute break on the call of the chair. Are there any other individuals wishing to provide public testimony? If not, by my clock, it is 10:04 and we should be back in front of our screens at 10:14. Mahalo.
I'm back.
It's 10:13.
Call Nancy.
She's on the phone, I'm sure.
Okay, we're ready back.
Okay, it's 10:14. If folks could enable their video. For the purposes of YouTube, we perhaps should have some kind of screen that says that when we're on recess. I don't know if that's possible. But, okay. Check on OP. Is it Puna? Okay. Commissioner Giovanni. Great. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to tap my computer pad and call us back into session at 10:14 a.m. We've concluded public testimony on this matter, and we're now to the entering of exhibits. Mr. Tabata, please describe your new exhibits which you wish to have admitted to the record.
Thank you, Chair. Petitioner has as additional exhibits 54 through 59. Exhibits 54 and 55 are updated site plans to help better explain the project. Exhibit 56 is a opinion poll prepared by SMS. Exhibit 57 is a letter dated May 1st, 2020 from Summer J. Waring III to yourself, Chair Scheuer. Exhibit 58 is a letter dated February 12th, 2020 from the Department of Transportation to OP. And Exhibit 59 is revised market study tables that were prepared just yesterday and in response to the intervener's Exhibit 15. We request, Chair, that Exhibits 54 through 59 be admitted into evidence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tabata. Are there any objections from the parties to the admission of these exhibits?
City has no objections.
No objections from the state.
Intervener has no objections.
And commissioners. Sorry, I paused. For some reason, unlike in a regular hearing room, everybody's video spaces got changed, so I looked for the wrong place for the intervener. I will bear, I think I know where you are now. No objections from any of the commissioners? Seeing none, exhibits 54 through 59 are admitted into the record. County. You might be muted.
Oh, county had no further exhibits, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Ms. Apuna.
Thank you, Chair. OP would like to replace Exhibit 9, replacing James Cogswell's CV with Cynthia King's. And then we'd like to offer Exhibit number 10, which is a State Department of Transportation letter dated February 12th, 2020.
Thank you. Are there any objections from the parties?
Petitioner has no objections.
The city has no objections.
Commissioners?
Interveners.
Oh, sorry. Call them I. Interveners.
Interveners have no objections.
Thank you. Commissioners. Seeing none, exhibits replacement 9 and exhibit 10 are admitted into the record. And Mr. Yoshimori.
Thank you. The interveners would like to admit into the record exhibit number 15, which is our analysis of the CBRE market study.
Okay. Are there any objections to this being entered into the record?
Petitioner has no objection.
City has no objections.
State, no objections.
Commissioners? Seeing none, the exhibit is entered into the record. With that, we can resume with the petitioner's presentation of your case. Mr. Tabata, I believe Scott Easer is your next witness.
Yes, Chair, thank you.
And is Mr. Easer an attendee or is he with you physically?
He is an attendee and he can be found under account name HMP1. I believe that's how it appears on your list.
Okay, so I see 2 accounts that are HMP2 and none that are HMP1. Mr. Easer, if you can hear me, please raise your hand with your digital device. There we go. I will move you up. Please enable your audio and video. Good morning, Mr. Easer.
Good morning, Chair.
While we have sworn you in once, given the good deal of time and change since we last had you, I will swear you in again. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Tabata, your witness.
Thank you, Chair. I believe when we left off that Mr. Easer was cross-examination. I have no questions for him at this time. I believe we're continuing his cross.
Okay. Apologies for that. Questions from before I see your hand, Mr. Okuda, but let me check with any of the parties. If there's no objection from the petitioner, are there questions from any of the parties?
I think the city had finished their cross-examination.
Okay. OP?
No questions from OP.
Intervener?
No, we have no questions.
Okay. Commissioners, Mr. Okuda.
Yeah, this is Gary Okuda. Good morning again, Mr. Easer. I'm going to continue where I left off, if that's okay with you.
Certainly.
Okay. When we last left off, I was asking you questions about the cuts and fills that were being proposed to be made into the Oniava Hills. Just so that we recall what we're talking about. The proposed or estimated amount of materials that would be excavated would be 470,960 cubic yards. Is that correct?
If that is the amount that's referred to in the environmental impact statement, then yes, that is correct.
Yeah, I'm taking that from the final environmental impact statement at page 2-31. And the estimated fill amount was 413,673 cubic yards. Does that sound about right?
It does, yes.
And so the estimated amount that would be removed from the site and disposed of would be 57,287 cubic yards. Does that sound about right also?
It does.
When we left off, the question that I had pending before we took Mr. Lim out of order, to accommodate his schedule, was with respect to the visual impacts of the proposed cuts into the Oniava Hills. Do you have a vague recollection of what we're talking about?
I do, Commissioner.
Okay, and I think where we left the questioning off was I asked whether or not there was something in the record which indicated or showed what the visual impact would be of having one or more 70-foot high cuts into the Oniava Hills. And I believe your response was that there's a visual analysis contained in the EIS which presents a computer simulation of what the results would be of the development of the project in that area. I'm taking that from page 213 of the transcript, lines 11 to 25. Does that kind of ring a bell or refresh your recollection?
It does, yes.
And then I asked you if you could point to where in the record by page number where those computer simulations are, and that's where we kind of left off the questioning to take into the engineer's testimony. Going back to where we left off, can you identify where in the record are the computer simulations of the visual impacts of the cuts into the Oniava Hills?
The images that appear in petitioner's exhibit begin on page 4-89 and run through page 4-92. Also include page 4-94, page 4-95, and page 4-96.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, given your experience as a planner in the community, are there any other properties or parcels available on Oahu that could be developed into a cemetery? Of course, with the proper entitlements or boundary changes, or boundary designations, if necessary, where you would not have to have these types of cuts made into an existing mountain?
I could not preclude that there would be other properties somewhere else on Oahu that would be suitable for cemetery development.
And you could not preclude, of course, that these other properties would not necessarily require these types of excavations or cuts into existing mountainsides, correct?
That is correct. I could not preclude that possibility.
Okay, now, with the projected amounts of excavation of material which are going to have to be removed from the site, that's the 57,287 cubic yards of materials. That would amount to a little over 3,800 dump trucks or dump truck loads if we figured 15 cubic yards per truck that would have to be hauled from Kaneohe to the PVT Nanakuli landfill, correct?
Well, that certainly would require a large number of trucks depending on the exact size of the truck. Whether they actually go to the PVT landfill or not is another question.
Okay, well, the documents that have been filed in support of this boundary amendment petition specifically state that the materials would be disposed of at the PVT landfill in Nanakuli, correct?
That is correct.
Where in the record is there any indication that the materials would be disposed anywhere else?
There's nothing in the record to date.
Okay. And in making the decision in this case, the Land Use Commission is limited to what is in the record, correct?
I understand that, yes.
Since the last hearing, or actually at any time, is there anything in the record which documents or deals with the impact or effect of having 3,800 dump truck loads going from Kaneohe, the site of the proposed expansion, to Nanakuli, to the PVT landfill?
There is a discussion of traffic impacts associated with the construction activities.
And what in the record, or what does the record state about what the traffic impacts are of trucking 3,800 plus dump truck loads from Kaneohe to Nanakuli?
The construction-related impacts are not anticipated to be significant. It's important to understand that the number of trucks that would be coming and going from the property related to removing excess material are going to happen over an 18-month time period. They're not going to happen in a week or a month. They're spread out over a significant period of time. So on any given day, there wouldn't be that many trucks leaving the property.
Is there any evidence in the record which states what the specific amount of dump truck loads per day would be?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Is there anything in the record that states the anticipated amount of days that those dump truck loads, whatever they may be, would be taking place between Kaneohe and Nanakuli?
There is no specific discussion of that. It would certainly depend on construction activities that were ongoing at any given point in time.
Okay. Now, is there anything in the record? Well, let me back up a bit again. You do agree that the PVT landfill in Nanakuli is the only landfill with a permit to take construction debris on Oahu, correct?
To my knowledge, correct.
And so, for example, if I am engaged in, let's say, a hotel renovation or like a shovel-ready project, because that seems to be what the government wants to do, and I had to dispose of construction waste or debris, the only place I could dispose of it is at the PVT landfill in Nanakuli, correct?
Construction waste, that's the only landfill that will accept construction waste.
Right, and if I have construction waste, which I cannot dispose of, what would be the effect on my construction project?
I'm not really qualified to discuss what may or may not happen with any given construction project. It would be an issue for that project.
Right, assuming that I don't illegally dump the construction waste someplace, it's going to be something that is not necessarily going to be a positive situation for me as a contractor, correct?
I would imagine it would create a problem for you.
Is there any evidence in the record that PVT has agreed to accept 52,000 plus cubic yards of excavated materials?
Not that I'm aware of. I would like to suggest that any questions you have specifically related to PVT would be better handled by our civil engineer who will be testifying later.
Okay, so I should hold all my PVT questions for the civil engineer, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but you as the planner that overlooked what the submissions were, you're familiar with what is in the record in general, correct?
In general, yes.
And given your knowledge and your supervision of what Hawaiian Memorial Park submitted with this application or request for boundary amendment, is there something in the record which indicates that PVT has agreed to accept the materials that would be excavated and removed from the Hawaiian Memorial Park expansion site if the expansion were to be approved?
That specifically to answer your question, there's nothing in the record to indicate that, but that ordinarily comes up at the time of the grading permit and review of the grading plans by the city and county.
Yeah, I understand that, but if your plan to expand the cemetery only works if you can remove the 57,000 plus cubic yards of materials, correct?
That is correct. And again, I would like to suggest that specific questions related to grading and the impacts associated with the grading be reserved for the civil engineer.
Oh, okay, well, my last overall question just regarding PVT is, I just want to make sure whether you had any information about whether or not, we have, as we might colloquial say, have all our ducks in line about where the last duck is going to end up. So you can't point to anything in the record which shows that PVT has agreed to accept the excavation material, correct?
Correct.
Now, during the construction phase of the expansion of the cemetery, there will be short-term impacts, and those impacts will be significant, correct?
I don't believe we characterized impacts as significant. There will be short-term effects associated with construction.
Can you please look at your final EIS at page ES-5 and see if you can see that paragraph that starts with the phrase, significant short-term impacts are anticipated during the project's construction phase. Do you see that sentence on
I
page?
I do. And it also indicates that in that same sentence that there will be BMPs implemented to mitigate those impacts.
Yeah, sure. And we'll get to the BMPs, which means best management practices, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but my first question was a foundational question, whether or not there would be short-term impacts during the construction phase and whether those impacts would be significant. So will there be significant short-term impacts during the project's construction phase, or will there not be significant short-term impacts?
They are anticipated, but they will be mitigated. And that's why when you go through the analysis, you try to identify potential significant impacts and then mitigate them.
Okay, well, I was just first figuring out whether we've got significant short-term impacts. Can you please list for me what are those significant short-term impacts which are anticipated during the project's construction phase?
Again, I would like to suggest that you address your questions related to grading and construction to the civil engineer.
So are you, as the planner who supervised the submission of these documents, able to tell me in general what those significant short-term impacts are which are anticipated?
I could, yes, I can describe those in general terms.
Okay, can you please describe in general terms what those significant short-term impacts are which are anticipated?
With regard to construction, it would be runoff. It would be airborne particles, dust that might be generated by the wind, noise, and those would be the biggest impacts that I can think of in a general sense.
Okay, soil runoff has been one of the primary causes of spoiling Kaneohe Bay. Isn't that correct?
That is a long-term problem that has been identified over the course of many years, yes.
Right, and I recognize the fact that, if I recall your testimony and background correctly, you were a city and county lifeguard, so you're basically a water guy. I mean, love of the ocean. That's fair to say, right?
That is fair to say.
And at one time, Kaneohe Bay was once pristine and had coral, which some might say rivaled Haunama Bay, correct?
I can't attest to that.
Okay. Okay, well, in any event, control of runoff is important to the restoration of Kaneohe Bay. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Being that that's a matter that we should consider, can you point to where in the record there is a calculation of the probable amount of the potential runoff from the estimated excavation of the 479,000 plus cubic yards of material?
There's a section in the EIS related to water quality. And
is there a calculation there of the probable amount of the potential runoff?
Yes, there is.
What page is that at, please?
There's in section 3.712, there's a discussion of surface flow water rates. Section 3.8 has a discussion on water quality. Section 3.81 has a description of existing conditions in Kava Stream. And there's a following very detailed discussion of the Lipalu watershed and contributions that go into Kava Stream that wind up in Kaneohe Bay. Section 3.812 has a section on water quality sampling that was done. We also have a testifier that will appear before you after my testimony, that is a water quality expert that conducted a very exhaustive study of runoff in Kava Stream and associated with this project, and a historic overview of the condition and quality of the water within Kava Stream and Kaneohe Bay, and the impacts that are anticipated as a result of this project to affect Kava Stream and Kaneohe Bay. And he can describe in great detail his work, his analysis, and his recommendations.
Okay, but I'm looking for something a little bit more narrow and specific. And I read through those materials, and sometimes when I read through these sections, you know, I might miss something. So I'm trying to find out, is there a specific estimated cubic yard estimate of the amount of cubic yards of material which is anticipated to run off into Kaneohe Bay from this construction?
There is a description of the anticipated sediment load that would reach Kava Stream and Kaneohe Bay that is included in the water quality analysis that was performed by our water quality expert.
And what is the load that is anticipated to come off of the site during construction?
I don't have that information at my fingertips right now, and I think the water quality consultant would be best suited to answer that question.
Okay, sure. Okay, I will hold those questions then until we get to the water quality consultant. Now, are there any endangered species on the property for which this boundary amendment is being asked to apply to?
Yes.
What endangered species or species are in the proposed expansion area or on the parcel?
The Hawaiian black-line damselfly.
Okay, besides the damselfly that you so identified, are there any other endangered species on the property?
Not that come to mind, no.
And this damselfly that you have identified is protected by federal law, correct?
It is recognized as an endangered species by federal law, yes.
Can you please tell me, and I'm not asking for a legal opinion, I'm just asking for your understanding as a planner, what does federal law require when a species like the damselfly has been identified to be on a parcel of property?
There are different layers that are associated with how that works. And in this case, because we do not have something that's referred to as a federal nexus. The Federal Endangered Species Act does not kick in, so you do not have to undergo consultation at a federal level with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So there are no federal permits, but there is an obligation and a requirement to protect the endangered species and its habitat.
And even though there is no necessary, or you state that there's no requirement for permitting, the Federal Fish and Wildlife Services did raise concerns about the proposed cemetery expansion, correct?
They did, yes.
And that was contained in their letter dated October 23, 2018, which I believe you submitted as Appendix A-2 to the final environmental impact statement. Does that sound about right?
I would imagine it does, yes.
And one of the concerns that the Fish and Wildlife Service raised was that the expansion of the cemetery would be immediately detrimental to the integrity and potential long-term survival of the damselfly. Isn't that true? That's one of their concerns, of this immediate detrimental effect to the integrity and potential long-term survival of the damselfly?
If they put it in their letter, then I would assume that is a concern for them.
Yeah, you might take a look at page 3 of the letter, and if later on you disagree that that's what they said, then you can point it out, and then we can go back to that letter. And if you want, I can read that paragraph, but I'll represent to you the letter does state that the service believed there would be this immediate detrimental effect. May I ask you this? Is there any document in the record that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has modified or withdrawn its stated concern about this immediate detrimental effect to the integrity and potential long-term survival of the endangered species, the damselfly?
Not to my knowledge, but I would also recommend that if you have specific questions related to the damselfly habitat and the impact of the project to the damselfly and its habitat, that those would best be discussed by our entomologist, Dr. Stephen Montgomery.
Okay, I may do so. I'm just trying to find out whether or not there's been any change in the position of the federal service. That's basically the point of these questions. Do you know of any evidence in the record which indicates that the service's concern about this immediate detrimental effect to the integrity and potential long-term survival of the damselfly, whether that opinion by the service is not correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Are you asking me whether I agree with their assessment or that it's correct that they've said that?
Yeah, I'm sorry for not being clear. The service is saying that it believes that the project will be or have an immediate detrimental effect to the damselfly. My question is there anything in the record, and if you can identify that by page number, which shows that that opinion by the service is not correct?
I have no other evidence in the record that shows that the service may have changed their position.
Yeah, I'm not asking for them changing their position. I'm asking for evidence in the record which shows that their position is wrong.
Thank you for clarifying that, Commissioner. We do believe that that statement presented by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is not correct. And we will have that fully covered in future testimony by our entomologist, Dr. Stephen Montgomery.
Okay, so I'll just maybe wait on the damselfly questions for your entomologist. Would that be a better person to ask about that?
It would, thank you.
Mr. Okuda, if I may,
Yes.
Commissioner.
Yes.
Though I would draw a differentiation between the expertise of the entomologist on biological questions versus any policy or legally permit-related questions.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. If you can just bear with me, I'm trying to skip over the entomology questions then. Mr. Easer, if we could turn to the conservation easement and the cultural preserve. The last time there were some questions, there was a question about whether or not there was in fact an agreement with the Hawaiian Island Land Trust about the specific terms and conditions as far as what would be part of this conservation easement. Do you recall those questions?
I do recall those questions.
Yeah, I think I asked somebody whether or not Hawaiian Memorial Park or its parent SCI and the Hawaiian Island Land Trust have or have not a agreement as to the specific terms and conditions as far as what the terms and conditions would be of the conservation easement. And is there an agreement as of today about what the specific terms and conditions would be of the conservation easement, or is there no specific agreement?
There is no agreement at this time.
Has the Hawaiian Island Land Trust agreed in writing to acquire and hold the conservation easement? And when I use the term acquire and hold, I mean to use that phrase as it is used in HRS chapter 198, which deals with conservation easements. So is there an agreement in writing with HILT for it to acquire and hold the conservation easement?
Not at this time, no.
Is there even an oral agreement with HILT to acquire and hold the conservation easement?
There is no agreement for them to acquire and hold.
Is there an agreement, whether oral or writing, with any other entity which meets the qualifications of HRS section 198-3? That's a section which spells out or describes what entities are qualified to acquire and hold a conservation easement. Is there any agreement, oral or written, with any other such entity that qualifies under HRS section 198-3 to acquire and hold the conservation easement, which is being proposed by the petitioner in this boundary amendment petition?
At this time, there is not, and I would suggest to the commissioner that any specific questions you have regarding the conservation easement should be addressed to the petitioner, Mr. Morford.
Okay, but Okay, I understand that. Maybe I'll hold those questions also. But let me ask you this, since you were the planner in charge of submitting this application to the commission. If we looked at HRS section 198-2, parent, small d, closed parent, that's the section that describes generally the content or substance of a conservation easement. And what that section states, and I quote, parent, small d, closed parent, the particular characteristics of a conservation easement shall be those granted or specified in the instrument creating or transferring the easement. Can you tell me where in the record, even if there is no agreement, where the particular characteristics of the conservation easement, which is being thought of to be proposed or granted in the future, where those particular characteristics are listed or stated?
As I suggested, there are no particulars at this time for the easement. Again, I would suggest that any specific questions you have regarding the easement should be addressed and answered by Mr. Morford, the petitioner.
Okay, and would that also be with respect to the specifics of the cultural preserve?
The cultural preserve will be addressed by Dr. Tricia Watson, another testifier later on.
Okay, I'll hold most of my questions for her, but may I ask you this, Mr. Easer? Is there anything in the record which specifically states what the specific terms and conditions of the cultural preserve will be?
At this time, no.
Is there anything in the record which indicates whether or not the cultural preserve or the grantee of the cultural preserve or the grant of the cultural preserve, is that going to be in a form of an easement, a deed, or some other type of land transfer document, or maybe no land transfer document?
It is my understanding that the cultural preserve will be included as part of the conservation easement, but the cultural preserve itself would be managed by the Ko'olaupoco Civic Club under the auspices of the conservation easement.
Where in the record does it state that the cultural preserve will be, the provisions of the cultural preserve will be included in the conservation easement?
I know it's in the final environmental impact statement. It is in Appendix K on page 160 of Appendix K.
Has the Ko'olaupoco Hawaiian Civic Club agreed in writing to be the manager of the property under the conservation easement?
Again, I think that question should best be addressed to Dr. Watson.
Well, can you point to anything in the record which indicates that the Ko'olaupoco Hawaiian Civic Club has agreed to be the manager under the conservation easement?
At this moment, I can't point to that. I don't know. I think it would be again, a question best addressed to Dr. Watson.
Okay, so maybe I should hold the questions about the cultural preserve for Dr. Watson.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Let me see if I can skip over some of these points here. Well, this is related to it, but you tell me whether I should ask Dr. Watson about this. But who or which entity will be responsible for health and safety issues which may occur within the cultural preserve?
That would be best addressed to Dr. Watson.
Okay. Who would be responsible for health and safety issues of property which are subject to the conservation easement?
I don't know. That could be a question you address to the petitioner and or to Dr. Watson.
Okay. Who would be responsible for maintenance within the conservation easement?
You know, those are issues that would be addressed at the time the specific details of the conservation easement are written, and those have not been written yet.
And it's possible when you start putting out some of these details about responsibility, the Hawaii Island Land Trust or the Ko'olaupoku Hawaiian Civic Club, or maybe both of them might decide to decline to be part of this because of responsibilities, correct?
I couldn't address that. And, you know, just again, just to be clear, I'll leave it at that. I couldn't answer that question for either of for any entity that might be part of that agreement in the future.
Okay, but anyway, I should address these questions to the petitioner or Dr. Watson, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see if I can then skip over these questions I had written regarding that. Can you give us any information about what the specific discussions were with the Hawaii Island Land Trust or the Ko'olaupoku Hawaiian Civic Club about the substance of either the conservation easement or the cultural preserve?
No, I can't. And again, that would be better addressed by the petitioner and Dr. Watson.
Okay. Well, then let me go to a more broader question regarding the basis for properties being in conservation zone. You did hear the testimony of Mr. Lim about what the foreseeability of injury or death from rockfall would be in the expanded cemetery area, correct?
Yes.
And so you recall that when I asked Mr. Lim the question, and my question was, and I quote, "It's foreseeable that people could be going into the expanded cemetery area to visit their loved ones, and they might be fatally injured or seriously injured by doing so, correct?" And the witness answered, "That is correct. Nothing in life is guaranteed." Is that your recollection of his testimony? And I'm quoting from page 224 of the transcript, lines 1 through 21. Is that your recollection of what he testified?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, backing up a bit, Mr. Lim was testifying about the area which is going to be the expanded cemetery, correct?
I don't recollect exactly what that question referred to, whether it was in the expanded cemetery or whether you were referring to the cultural preserve.
Well, let me read the question here. Wait one moment, please. See, Commissioner Okuda, this is the question by me, and let me read from the transcript directly. Commissioner Okuda, so in other words, you're contemplating that it's foreseeable that people could be going into the expanded cemetery area to visit their loved ones, and they might be fatally injured or seriously injured by doing so, comma, correct? Question mark. The witness, that is correct. Nothing in life is guaranteed. And that's from the transcript, page 224, lines 1 through 21. So you agree the question dealt with people going into the expanded cemetery area, correct?
It appears so.
And your engineer, who you rely on for his expertise, testified that it is foreseeable that they could be fatally injured or seriously injured by going into that area, correct?
It appears that was his response.
And in fact, isn't it true that your engineers, Geolabs, Geolabs, stated that in fact there's a greater risk for potential rockfall encroachment in the area that's going to be subject to the conservation easement or the cultural preserve?
I don't recollect that.
Well, let me see if I can just read a very short portion from the Geolabs report, which is section 3.1 at page 15, and see if that helps your recollection. And I quote, "The greater risk for potential rockfall encroachment involves the subvalley at the far northeastern portion of the project site where the cultural preservation area is proposed. Based on our reconnaissance, this portion of the project site may have at least a moderate potential for potentially dangerous rockfall activity. The greater risk and hazard is due to the large number and large size of existing boulder deposits encountered on the lower elevation slopes within the proposed cultural preservation area. The existing boulder deposits and their depositional characteristics suggest evidence for significant older rockfall events with deposits that reside within the proposed cultural preservation area. In addition, there appears to be a more frequent occurrence of widely scattered large block, high relief, massive rock outcroppings that could represent potential rockfall source materials on the higher elevation slopes above the cultural preservation subvalley." And again, that's from section 3.1 of the Geolabs report at page 15. Does that refresh your recollection about the fact that there is increased or a greater risk of serious bodily injury or potential fatal injury in the cultural preserve area?
If you have, specific questions related to rockfall hazard and rockfall impact and potential rockfall, I am not an expert in rockfall hazard, and I believe that those questions should be addressed by Mr. Lim.
Okay, but the documents you presented shows that rockfall mitigation measures will be taken above the area of the cemetery expansion, but no such mitigation efforts will be taken above or with respect to the cultural preserve area, correct?
Commissioner Okuda, if I
Yes.
may, just one moment. We've been going now about another hour, and I'm not at all trying to suggest that you cut short your questioning, but I want to get to a natural breaking point.
Okay, that's fine. This is a good point.
Okay. Do you want to answer that question and then we'll take a break?
I believe Commissioner Okuda's observation is correct.
Okay, thank you. Chair, we can continue after the break.
You'd like to, okay, continue after the break. It is now 11:12. Commissioner Okuda, do you anticipate that you will need longer than a half hour to conclude your questioning of Mr. Easer?
I hope not, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we will, it is 11:12 by my clock. We will reconvene at 11:22 and continue with questioning of Mr. Easer. Thank you very much.
You know, I can't hear you when you're whispering, and it's a tremendous distraction.
Okay.
Okay, we have a minute left if folks want to bring up their audio and video. Okay, are we ready to proceed? Okay, it's 11:22. We're back on the record.
See that chair.
Yes, Commissioner Wong.
We're looking for Commissioner Cabral.
Oh. Commissioner Cabral, if you can hear us. Commissioner Higashi.
I just wanted to make a comment that during these changing times, there are things that still stay the same.
Commissioner Cabral, sorry, everybody who is participating or watching. We are waiting for Commissioner Cabral to come back to her screen. There we are. Welcome back, Commissioner Cabral. We can resume. And it is the questioning of Mr. Easer by Commissioner Okuda.
This is Gary Okuda. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Easer, as far as matters regarding hazards from rockfall, you would defer to your engineer, Mr. Lim, and his company, Geolabs. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Were you present when Mr. Lim gave testimony about leaving certain properties in conservation? And just so that I'm clear, let me read from line 22 of the transcript at page 224 to line 2 at page 225. Question, that's correct. Nothing in life is guaranteed, but isn't it true that that's one of the purposes of having real property designated conservation, so that we don't invite people to go into dangerous areas? And the witness's reply was, in general, that is true. Do you recall Mr. Lim giving such testimony at the last hearing?
I do not recall that. I was not in the room for the entirety of the testimony.
Okay. Well, assuming that I have accurately read that portion of the transcript, do you disagree with Mr. Lim's testimony that one of the purposes of having real property designated conservation is so that we don't invite people to go into dangerous areas?
Could you ask that question again, please?
do you agree with Mr. Lim's testimony that it is generally true that one of the reasons why we have or we leave property designated conservation is so that we don't invite people to go into dangerous areas?
I'm not really sure how to answer that question. And the conservation district rules are complex.
Do you want to rephrase, Commissioner Okuda?
Yeah, let me try one more time. Mr. Easer, I'm just looking at what Mr. Lim testified to. Do you disagree with his testimony in any way?
I'm not in a position to disagree with Mr. Lim's testimony. And I believe that if you have further questions regarding rockfall hazards or Mr. Lim's testimony, it should be directed to Mr. Lim.
Yeah, at this point in time, I have no problem with his testimony. I'm just trying to find out whether you disagree. But anyway, let me move on. Isn't it true that even within the cultural preserve area, there is anticipation that there will be burials?
That has been represented in the environmental impact statement. That is correct.
And in fact, a resolution of the Association of Hawaiian Civic Clubs was submitted as Exhibit 26 to the petitioner's presentation. Is that true?
I would believe that that is accurate, yes.
And on page 2 of the resolution, there is a whereas clause which states, and I quote, "Whereas the landowner has begun meetings with the Hawaiian Island Land Trust and the Kolapoko Hawaiian Civic Club to plan for establishment of the cultural preserve, including the setting aside of 100 native Hawaiian burial spaces." Does that sound like I read that provision of the resolution which was submitted as part of Exhibit 26 to the Commission? Does it sound like I read it accurately?
I would assume so, yes. But any questions regarding any conversations that may have been had regarding burials in the cultural preserve should be directed to the petitioner, Mr. Morford.
Okay, but in any event, again, you were supervising the submission of the exhibits to the Commission, so you're aware of this statement in the resolution, correct?
Yes, I am.
So as a professional planner, does that raise any concern about public safety to you that there would be 100 native Hawaiian burials in the cultural preserve area, which is not going to be having any rockfall mitigation measures done? Does that raise any concern about public safety to you?
Not necessarily. It would depend on the location of where the burials are in relation to where there might be perceived hazards associated with rockfall.
So do you have a concern, or you don't have a concern, or you don't know at this point in time?
I do not have a concern with respect to the burials.
So do you foresee any risk of bodily injury, including death, to people coming on to the cultural preserve area where the Geolabs report itself has indicated a higher risk of rockfall hazard, and where your petition indicates there'll be no mitigation efforts? Do you see any foreseeable risk of bodily injury or death?
Again, That is a question that is better directed to Mr. Lim and his area of expertise.
Is there anything in the record which indicates whether there will be charges, a fee charged, cost with respect to these Native Hawaiian burials or Native Hawaiian burial spaces in the cultural preserve? I mean, is it going to be done for free? Is there going to be a charge? How much would the charge be? Is there anything in the record that deals with disclosure of those facts?
Not to my knowledge, but again, any questions related to those burials should be directed to the petitioner, Mr. Morford.
Do you believe you have any knowledge or expertise with respect to conservation easements?
No, I do not.
Let me try to then skip over some of my other questions regarding the cultural preserve, since I guess I'm going to have to go and reserve my questions for some other witness. Now, the statute, HRS section 205-2, parent, small e, close parent, describes what areas shall be in conservation districts, correct?
Assuming your citation is accurate, I would say yes.
Yeah, and let me quote the beginning part of section 205-2, parent, small e, close parent. And I quote, conservation districts shall include areas necessary for, and then it goes on with a description. So the beginning part of that statute uses the word shall. Do you agree?
Could you repeat the, if you have the, that section of the HRS available and could make that available by screen share, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, sorry, I can't because I'm running this off of my iPad. Well, let me ask the question this way. Assuming that I accurately read the first sentence in section 205-2E, the word shall, or when the legislature uses the word shall, S-H-A-L-L, that's a mandatory command from the legislature. Do you agree with that?
That is the legal construct of the term, as I understand it.
Okay, and if you could just bear with me a bit because, you know, since we're dealing with a request to redesignate land from the conservation district, it's probably important we focus in on the statute. And it says conservation districts shall include areas necessary for protecting watersheds and water sources, semicolon, preserving scenic and historic areas, semicolon, providing parklands, wilderness, and beach reserves, semicolon, conserving indigenous or endemic plants, fish, and wildlife, including those which are threatened or endangered, semicolon, preventing floods and soil erosion, semicolon, forestry, semicolon, open space areas whose existing openness, natural condition, or present state of use, if retained, would enhance the present or potential value of abutting or surrounding communities, or would maintain or enhance the conservation of natural or scenic resources. And there's the statute continues on about recreation areas and things like that. Okay. May I ask you this? Can you please identify where in the record there's evidence that the parcel at question here does not meet the standards set forth for conservation designation as set forth in HRS section 205-2E.
I'm not sure I'm really clear on what you're asking me to respond to.
Okay, can you point to where in the record there is an analysis that the parcel of property that we're dealing with here shouldn't belong in the conservation district? And when I say should belong according to the standards set forth in the statute, which I just quoted.
Well, in the final EIS in chapter 6, there's a lengthy discussion about the relationship of the property to the conservation district and how the project is consistent with the opportunity to remove the land from the conservation district and put it into the urban district.
Okay. Anything else in the record? Or it's basically chapter 6?
I believe it is chapter 6.
Would the Oneava Hills be more scenic with the cuts or without the proposed excavations and cuts?
That's a subjective analysis, and in its broadest context, and we were very aggressive in our analysis of the impact of the proposed cemetery on the hillside and the surrounding areas with respect to visual impacts. From a distance, the area would look green as it appears to look now. From most areas in and around the proposed cemetery expansion, most of the cemetery expansion area would not be visible. So the construction activities would be limited to the lower slopes of the hillside, and the majority of the hillside would be left intact. There may be some who object to any change to the hillside. And again, in a larger context and understanding that visual analysis is subjective, it would be my opinion that the visual impacts would be minimal.
Okay. And let me ask this question, because this seems to be something that recent decisions of the Hawaii Supreme Court seem to be alluding to, and that's the provision of Constitutional Article 11, Section 1. And if I can just read it so that we know where, what context my questions are at. The section of the Constitution states, and I quote, "For the benefit of present and future generations, the state and its political subdivisions shall conserve and protect Hawaii's natural beauty and all natural resources, including land, water, air, minerals, and energy sources, and shall promote the development and utilization of these resources in a manner consistent with their conservation and in furtherance of the self-sufficiency of the state." Does it sound like I read that section of the Constitution correctly?
Without your putting it on share screen, I would have to assume that you read it correctly.
Okay, well, I'm sure if I didn't, somebody will point that out. Now, during the hearing on the environmental impact statement, there was testimony that the gross revenues which would come from sales and operations in the what's now the conservation zoned area, if it were redesignated urban, could move into the area of $500 million, meaning 500 million. Do you recall that testimony?
Not completely, but again, you know, if you have questions related to the market aspects or the financial feasibility of the project, those should be directed to Mr. Morford or our marketing consultant.
Yeah, well, this is not just marketing or things like that. This goes to basically the fundamental planning issue, which is whether or not we're complying with the overall requirements of the Hawaii Constitution, specifically the issue of self-sufficiency. May I ask you this? Is there anything in the record which indicates what percentage of this $500 million will remain in the state of Hawaii?
Again, I think that your questions regarding the financial aspects of the project should be directed to Mr. Morford, and another one of our witnesses, Dr. Watson, is prepared to address questions related to the state constitution.
Okay, but I'm asking about documentation which you supervised and submitted. Is there anything in the documentation or evidence that you submitted or supervised to be submitted to the Land Use Commission, which indicates how much of this $500 million is going to remain in the community?
I do not know, and I'm not quite sure that the petitioner is the source of that number.
Well, just so that the record is clear, let me read from page 120 of the transcript of that EIS hearing, lines 13 to 22. And this was my question. So, I mean, is it reasonable to say that Hawaiian Memorial Park Limited expects to earn gross revenues of over $500 million from sales and operations in the conservation zone area, or you can't tell one way or the other? Question. Answer by the witness, I believe that was Mr. Morford. I think that is rather high, but I think that its potential for a total of 28 acres spread out over time, I think there is a possibility that you could move upwards into that much money, comma, yes. So I'm basing my question on testimony that Hawaiian Memorial Park previously gave under oath. So is there something in the documents that have been submitted as part of the record which indicates how much of this potential $500 million is going to remain in the community?
Honestly, I do not know. And again, if you have any questions regarding that line of inquiry, I think Mr. Morford is better situated to answer those questions.
But whether or not money remains in the community or is taken out of the community, that does go to the issue of self-sufficiency, correct?
The question of self-sufficiency is quite broad and includes a number of factors other than economic considerations.
But it also includes consideration of whether we are trading some of our natural resources for money, and whether that money is going to remain in the community, correct?
I cannot answer that question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Okuda. Are there further questions for Mr. Easer from any of the commissioners? Seeing none, Mr. Tabata, do you wish to redirect?
There's no redirect. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Easer, I think you are excused.
Thank you, Chair.
And we will go on to your next, well, talk to me a little bit, Mr. Tabata, about your next witnesses and what you think we might cover sometime between now and 12:15, 12:30.
Our next witness is Tom Holliday. He's our market and econ expert. I would hope that he will finish by 12:30, but I can make no promises. His direct exam should last no more than 15 minutes.
Should I instead direct the question of length to Commissioner Okuda?
I'm not sure how much questions I would have regarding him,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Let's proceed with Mr. Holliday. Let me admit him into the room. I saw him in the audience earlier.
Thank Chair, if I may.
Yes.
As just for administrative matters,
Yes.
some of our witnesses are at a specific location, at one location, and they will be under that HMP2 designation. And some of the witnesses are remote and listed under their names. Mr. Holliday is listed under his name, Tom Holliday.
I have admitted him and he is with us. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Holliday. Nice to see you again. Oh, I think you are muted. I'm unmuting you. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. So I'm going to swear you in and then we'll allow you to be questioned by the petitioner and then crossed by the others. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Please proceed, Mr. Tabata.
Thank you, Chair. Tom, could you please describe for us your professional background?
Absolutely. But first, could I do something? I've wanted to do this really badly. It's a pleasure to see y'all and then take off your mask because I've been watching 100 different press conferences of people walking up and doing that. And so thank you for letting me live my COVID fantasy. All right. My name is Thomas W. Holliday. I am a director for CBRE Honolulu Valuation and Advisory Services. I have been a real estate economist and appraiser in the state of Hawaii for over 40 years, beginning with becoming a charter member of the Hallstrom Appraisal Group in 1980. I am designated as a counselor of real estate by the National Board of Realtors, which is a peer-reviewed designation, not easily achieved, one of only a dozen in Hawaii. I am also a fellow in the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, the oldest and most prestigious real estate society on the planet. And it's very hard to beat. I'm one of only like a dozen in the country that have both those designations. Now, I've been working on virtually every major project in Hawaii for decades. I am considered a top hotel appraiser in the state by the financial institutions here. And I've testified before this August Commission on many times.
Thank you, Tom. Chair, petitioner requests that Mr. Holliday be qualified as an expert in the field of real estate market assessment and economic impacts.
Are there any objections from the parties?
No objections from the state.
No objections from the city.
No objections from the interveners.
Commissioners? Seeing none, Mr. Holliday is so admitted.
Okay.
Thank you. Excuse me, Tom, if I may. I'm going to ask you to please summarize your written testimony. And as a reminder, I'm asking you to please not talk too quickly. Our court reporter has to be able to take down your testimony for the transcript. Please proceed and summarize your testimony.
Thank you very much. And that's a history of me testifying before SLU as I speak too fast. So I will try not to in this instance. I will be speaking to my original study, which is Appendix B to Petitioners Exhibit 6, the Interveners Exhibit 15, and then our Exhibit 59, which is a couple of revised tables. I have to say the interveners did find a discrepancy in how the correlations in the numbers worked. It was minor. It doesn't impact our conclusions in any meaningful way. There's still huge demand for the property, but we wanted to correct it to make sure only what is working in the model is presented before the board. So I'd like to start with saying memorial parks, cemeteries, graveyards, burial sites, they're a land use. And just as residential, commercial, or resort. And they're a land use that the community needs to provide. It's considered a fundamental land use. It's a use found in virtually every society in the history of mankind. In fact, the only way we know about many ancient societies is by coming across their burial sites. So we have thousands and thousands of monuments, of cemeteries, of cathedrals, all dedicated to how we consecrate those who pass on before us. There's a broad spectrum of ways in
Mr.
which
Holliday, slow down.
Too fast?
Slow down.
Okay.
I appreciate your enthusiasm, but make sure to slow down for our court reporter.
Okay, thank you. There are a broad spectrum of ways in which the dead are consecrated in our society. And it's based on religious, cultural, ethnic, and other traditions. Oahu is a highly complex community with a melange of major religious, cultural, and ethnic groups. And so burial practices in Hawaii had to be provided for on a vast scale of opportunity, a broad spectrum, to be able to cater to and provide the consecration opportunities as our community sees fit. You can't fit them all into some narrow demand. The demand is huge, and the right to practice it is guaranteed in the First Amendment. So, given that it's a land use, our job was, like every land use, to figure out, is there a market demand for it? And if there is a market demand, is there supply, and is it an appropriate location? So to cut to the chase, we basically had three questions to answer within our market analysis. One, how many people are going to die on Oahu over the coming 2 decades? Two, what's going to happen to their bodies? And three, where are we going to put them? So our study tried to address those three questions from a market perspective. The next parts of our study, economic impact and fiscal benefits, are modeling we've done and presented many times before the board. So at this point in time, I'd like to take the share screen option. Should I just go ahead and click on that? Chair?
Sorry, we had not prepared for this possibility. What is it?
Okay, I see the link is alive to share screen. Do I dare press on it?
What is it? Can you repeat what it is you wish to share?
I have tables, a handful of tables from our report that demonstrate what we did and how we accomplished that. And so I would just like kind of to run through a few of them in order to support where we're coming from and to tell you where the numbers came from.
And you're able to refer to the specific portion of each exhibit when you're doing so?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So can I try to click on the shared screen?
Yes.
See what happens. Okay. Okay.
Tom, if you could please state exhibit number of the document.
Sure. I'm trying to call up tables, selected tables from Appendix B, Petitioner's Exhibit 6. And so is that visible? I don't know.
What we are seeing is table 5, scenario 2, maximum forecast Oahu deaths 2018.
Okay.
And now it's switching.
Okay. So these are tables that you'll see that come from Exhibit B to Petitioner Exhibit 6.
Okay,
and they're numbered this way in the addenda of that exhibit, and all of them are presented. And again, the goal here is just to show you the steps in our process, not to belabor anything. So this is the first table, shows the island of Oahu historic death rates from 1997 through 2017. And you'll see that the compounded growth rate changes both for the population, the resident deaths, and deaths as a percent of populations. And it's those compounded annual growth rates that caused some problems in the model that need to be corrected. But the idea is that currently there's about 8,000 deaths or so a year, or at least we did the study in 2017. And so these are based on State of Hawaii data book and discussions with the State of Hawaii Health Department and DBEDT. So having the historic number of deaths, we can project the future. So table 5, which is also from our original study, is the maximum projection of deaths. So we project the population, the deaths, and so we end up with resident forecast deaths. And so using historic data and state DBEDT population projections, and we can project the number of probable deaths till 2040. And remember that number on the bottom there, 245,130. You'll see that again in the study, but on a maximum basis, that's the number of deaths that we project through the year 2040. Well, that is the first part of our question. The second part of the question is what's going to happen to the bodies. And this is a table.
You're going to refer to the exhibit number again?
Sure. Table 6 from Exhibit B, Petitioner's Exhibit 6.
Thank you.
And this is from the State of Hawaii Health Department, as reported in the data book, how deaths are disposed of in Hawaii historically. And you'll see there's burials, cremations, some are removed out of state, some are medical donations, and then there's others. But the two primary ways of disposition are burials and cremations. And if you look at the numbers trending, cremations have become a larger part over the years. But if you look at the most recent years of data, 2013, 14, and 15, at the time we did our study, it's relatively stable. 21, 22% are buried, and 72 to 73% are cremation. So
excuse me, Tom. Tom, but
yes.
just maybe if you can use your cursor as a pointer.
Oh, okay, sure.
Point in time, so, that may help.
Sure. So if you look here, 2013, 14, and 15, those were the most recent data years we had available for study. You can see there was a type of stabilization here in the percentage of dispositions that were burials, and it's kind of flattening out recently in cremations. But together, these two columns comprise about 92 to 94% of dispositions. So we're focusing on those. Burials, we know, means putting them in the ground. Cremations, there's a variety of how cremations are. So we're going to look at what happens to the disposition of the bodies. Next is Table 9, also from Appendix B, Petitioner's Exhibit C. This is the division of how cremations are. And you'll notice total deaths, down here the number, 245,000 is projected. That was from an earlier table. And then cremations are going to be about 186,000. So of the cremations, some ashes are scattered, some are disposed of other ways, like putting an urn on the mantle, and then others are interred, with the majority being interred cremations. Now, ashes are scattered. There is no definitive compilation by the state of Hawaii, by the Undertakers Association, or whatever, on what percentage of cremations in Hawaii have their ashes scattered. Nationwide, it's up to 35%. But comparing that to Hawaii, you must understand that on the mainland, cremation has grown as a proportion of dispositions, not because of religious or cultural reasons. Matter of fact, it's in the spite of that, but because it's the least expensive way to dispose of a body. And so scattering of ashes and cremation has been adopted by an increasing number of people on the mainland for financial reasons. However, that's not true in Hawaii. In Hawaii, cremation is not something new, it's something ancient. And it's part of many of our cultures that we have over here, particularly those of the Buddhist and Shinto variety. And they don't scatter the ashes, they inter them for future veneration. So we have assumed from 12 to 18% of cremations in Hawaii will have their ashes scattered, but that the majority will still be interred. So we come up from the $245,000 number, which is the total projected deaths on Oahu, that approximately 158,000 seen here will be interred.
Tom,
we have
Tom, can you enlarge the document, please?
Enlarge it?
Enlarge it, please.
It's my full screen now. I do not know how to do that. I apologize. But it's on my full screen mode. I'm not sure. If somebody has a suggestion, I'm open to it.
If it's a PDF reader, then usually there's a plus or minus control.
Well, I'll try, but once you expand it into the,
I think that's better.
I'll do it, but I think once I expand it into the full screen, let's see, it's back to where it was. So I apologize, but anyway, so the next one, table 10, this is actually revised. It's from Exhibit 59. And again, what happened I had to make the model, code the model myself. Extensive market studies for cemeteries are not common in America. Throughout CBRE's international system, we didn't have models, nor was I able to find them in any industry site or any mortuary undertaker site. So I had to write the program myself. And what happens is the variables started growing at different speeds. And by the time they got out to 2040, they had lost some cohesion. The interveners pointed that out. So this is a corrected table. And this is total burials. So we have total deaths, and you see that $245,000 number before. We have the less cremations, total cremations, and then there's a number of burials. So this is corrected to show the cremations aspect and then taking out the burials. So we come to table 12. And table 12, this is also a replacement table contained in Exhibit 59. And so it's corrected to be correlatable across all the numbers. So the pertinent numbers here are the number of interred cremations plus the projected number of burials. And you'll see on a minimum basis, that's projected 173,000 over till 2040. And on a maximum basis, it's 207,000 to 2040. From that total, you have to deduct burial plots that have been purchased but are unused. And we estimate there's about 50,000 of those. People who are going to be buried in veteran cemeteries, Oahu residents that are going to be interred on other islands. And that's becoming common as it becomes cheaper Particularly, there's several cemeteries in Hilo that Oahu residents get put over to. And from those, we can deduce how many net demand for additional burial spaces are on Oahu. And on a minimum basis, that's 103,000. On a maximum basis, 138,000. And the midpoint is 120,000. So the demand is pretty easy to quantify. The next question is, given that there's this huge demand, what's the supply available? So table 14 is another table and the last that we revised based upon some of the input from the intervener. And this is a new table, but the only difference is from what's presented in the report on table 14 in Appendix B, Petitioners Exhibit 6, is the highlighting in the footnote. There are only 16,500 burial spots, interment spots on Oahu at present, outside Hawaii Memorial Park. As we see, the midpoint demands for 120,000. So we are short by some 104,000 burial spaces on Oahu over the coming 20 years. Now, there are some proposed, they're highlighted in yellow, but those do not exist. And I want to stress that point. They do not exist, and they may never exist. And these numbers show if they built out to a maximum, which never happens, and that if they're built by 2040, which we don't believe is going to happen. So on the best case scenario from competing supply, there would be 89,000 additional spaces. But frankly, the assumption that they are going to happen by 2040 is beyond a risky assumption. It's almost unsupportable, because all of those projects, in order to achieve those proposed levels, have to go through the entitlement process. Some of them have soils concerns, topography concerns, wetlands concerns. It'll take millions of dollars of infrastructure to be achieved. So there is no reason to say that this proposed supply is somehow absolutely going to be competitive in the marketplace with the proposed Hawaii Memorial Park expansion, which is the only major project that is moving forward on a quick pace. And as an example, on the bottom is the Hawaii Kai Cemetery. It was approved in 2001 and has never been built. And despite the growth economic boom of 2006-07, it wasn't built. Despite the economic boom of the last 4 or 5 years, it hasn't been built. And to this day, the only thing the site has been used for was to dump construction fill in under a single permit that the Department of Planning granted in 2015. And so that project is on hold and probably may never exist. So the point to make is that even if somehow under the worst case scenario, all of these were provided on the market, it would still only be 105,000, which is not enough to meet midpoint demand and certainly not enough to meet maximum demand. Now, given this, the typical 2 ways a market study moves from these data, supply-demand data, to conclusion are based upon gross comparison, 1. And so the demand is for 120,000 midpoint additional burial spaces. And there's only 16,500 on the market that are HMP. So obviously on a gross basis, there is an enormous quantified demand. The next basis, which I'll show, this is table 16 from Appendix B to Petitioners Exhibit 6. This is the typical way you look at demand. And we haven't revised this table. It should be nominally revised, but the outcome is still inevitable, is that HMP has proven it's competitive in the marketplace. Hawaii Memorial Park has garnered a 30 to 40% share of the market of burials in Oahu for decades. It's in a great location. It's beautiful. It's relatively close to town. It's easily accessible. It's a wonderful facility. there's no reason not to believe it can't capture 30 or 40% of the market. And so with 120,000 more burials needed, spaces needed as a midpoint, there's no reason to expect that HMP can't get a market share of 30 to 40% or some 35 to 50,000 of that demand. We also look at it as appraisers. We're the only ones who look at it on a residual basis, because in the valuation business, investors and lending institutions are always asking what's the absolute worst case. So we also have, unfortunately, I don't have the table here, but we also do residual analysis where we plot the worst case imaginable. And the worst case imaginable is that, as you see here, all of these proposed burial spaces are built, which is a nearly impossible assumption that they'll all be built over the next 20 years. Again, that's an incredibly assumption to make, and that they will all receive total 100% market shares before Hawaii Memorial Park gets any share. And even under those totally worst case assumptions, the demand for spaces, remember, is 103 to 145,000. So even if you assume all of these are built, and all of them are built in a timely manner, which is not going to happen. So on a worst case scenario, you could say, oh, the minimum amount of demand may be met, but it certainly won't meet midpoint or maximum demand levels. We're still going to be short, even under the very worst case scenarios where all of the competition gets built, is put on the market, and gets a full market share before Hawaii Memorial Park. So no matter how you look at it,
Mr. Holiday, can I ask you where you're going?
Sure. No, I'm done with the market section now. And so we demonstrated that there's market demand for it. The next piece is, this is table 17 from Appendix B to Petitioner's Exhibit 6. And this is a summary of the economic and public fiscal impacts.
Sorry, Mr. Holiday, I'm rechecking on time, which is one of my jobs to manage. About how long do you think more do you have?
2 minutes.
Okay. So we'll go through and then probably take a break for lunch.
This just summarized the economic impacts. It'll have over $29 million in economic investment into Oahu. Local contractors will generate, and local suppliers will generate profits of $4 to $5 million. During the construction period, there'll be 931 worker years of jobs, of which 70 or so will be in the construction industries, and the other ones are in the ongoing operations of the park. The employee wages during construction will total $62.8 million. And on an ongoing stabilized basis, there will be 60 worker years per year, 60 full-time equivalent positions at the park with salaries of about $4 million. So the total base economic impact on a direct basis is $141 million and $5.8 million on a stabilized annual basis. And if you use state input output multipliers, which measure direct, indirect, and induced, they dwarf the direct numbers that are in our model here. And then on the bottom of it is talking about tax receipt versus costs. Frankly, City and County of Honolulu may receive no tax dollars. We have 500,000 put in there because there's a chance that the city and county may put in a park fee or a transportation fee or some other fee. But in reality, they don't get property taxes from the Memorial Park. State of Hawaii will generate $8.7 million in tax receipts during the build out and $400,000 a year. And since there is virtually no public costs associated with this privately financed, operated, and secured development, it's virtually all profit. So the state will make a meaningful profit during construction and a return of some $400,000 positive in tax receipts. And that concludes my direct testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Holiday. Mr. Zapata, do you want to do anything any further questions right now? Otherwise, I'm going to suggest that it's 12:15 and we break till 1 o'clock.
I think now is a good time for a break, Chair.
Okay. Mr. Holliday, can you stop sharing your screen for a moment?
Sure, did that do it?
Real quick, please, excuse me.
Yes, go ahead.
Tom?
Yes, sir.
They're going to break for lunch, but we're going to continue later with your cross-examination, so you need to return pursuant to
Sure,
the instructions.
Okay. Rats, I was gonna go to the beach. No.
Commissioners, it is 12:16. I'm going to suggest that we take 45 minutes and return at 1 o'clock for the continuing questioning of Mr. Holliday. Are there any concerns or questions or objections to that path?
Mr. Chair, I'm buying lunch today.
Okay. Thank you for that, Commissioner Axon. Anything else, commissioners? If not, and I believe the staff was very helpful at putting a notice that we were in recess. We are going to be in recess until 1 p.m. Thank you, everybody, for your participation so far.
Hey, Edmund, I'm still waiting for lunch. We cannot hear you. Oh, we can.
Coming.
Okay, I'll still wait.
Edmund, what you eating?
I something. That's my lunch.
Edmund, what you buy us for lunch? He's coming, he said. It's on Uber. Who got Nancy?
Roberto.
Nancy. Gary.
Also Thomas Holiday.
Dawn. It's Dawn. Curtis is back. Dwayne Pang City. Donna Puna.
It's 12:59. Mr. Tabata, I think we need to get Mr. Holiday back in the room.
Yes, Chair. Mr. Holiday is present. He's on the left-hand side for my screen. Before we get started,
Oh,
Chair,
there we are. Okay, yeah. Thank you. As was the case last time, when people logged off and logged in, everybody's positions moved. Okay, it is, we are missing Commissioner Cabral.
Chair. I
Yes.
think we're court order and Commissioner Cabral.
You broke up, Commissioner Wong.
We're looking for Commissioner Cabral and the court reporter.
Got it.
I'm here.
Okay,
I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McManus.
Commissioner Cabral then.
It is a pattern and it is now documented and broadcast. There we are. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. We are back on the record. It is 1:01 p.m. on Tuesday, June 9th, which calculated another way is the 101st day of March 2020. At least how it feels sometimes. And we are continuing with we're going to go on to cross-examination of petitioner's witness, Tom Holiday. Commissioners, do you have questions for the witness? Or excuse me, actually, I have to start with the other parties. Pardon me. City and county.
The city has no cross-examination questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. State.
No questions.
Commissioners. Commissioner Okuda. Oh, sorry,
Excuse me,
intervener.
Chair.
Yes,
Thank you.
okay.
I do have questions. Thank you.
Please, Mr. Yoshimori, proceed.
So, Mr. Holiday, Mr. Easer had written a letter of response to Mr. McCready's EISPN letter. And in it, Mr. Easer stated that Hawaiian Memorial allows 4 urns or 2 caskets per plot. Did your study take in?
Mr. Yoshimori, are you referring to an exhibit?
It is in the EIS, I think it's Exhibit 6, Appendix A.
Thank you. Please proceed.
So did your study take into account the practice of having multiple internments in urnments in a burial space?
Our demand, excuse me, turn off my phone here, sorry. Our demand study quantified singular demand spaces. We appreciate that the market can provide a variety of things, but that is not what a lot of people prefer. And so our analysis was based upon total number of individual interment spaces requirements.
I just want to make sure I understood that. So you're saying you only calculated one person per plot or per burial space?
Yes, we based upon total numbers of dispositions and interments.
So on page 1 of Intervenors Exhibit 15, we listed 4 items of concern to us that we thought were changes that could be done to the study. The first one, number 1, was that the casket burial projections was overstated by 30,000 plots approximately. The second one was that ash burials projections were overstated by 12,000 plots. The third one was that the burial supply omits Hawaiian Memorial's existing 4,500 plots as of April of 2018. And the last one was that the calculations all assume only 1 urn per casket. So on Petitioner's Exhibit 59, Table 10, the one you just submitted and you walked us through, CBRE acknowledged that, number 1, what we were saying that the casket burials are overstated. You acknowledged that and corrected that error. So if looking at that petitioner's exhibit on table 10, that last column in scenario 1, total number of burials, you have it as 33,000. But before that, it was 77,000. So, and then on the next one, on the scenario 2, you now have it as 48,000, and it used to be 76,000. Is that correct?
It's correct.
Okay. So on Intervenors Exhibit 15, page 1, that change you submitted, it changes our, we stated that the overstatement in the casket burials was 30,000. With the change that you made, it makes it that the overstatement is greater. It's 41,000. Is that correct?
No, that's not.
I think it is correct, because if you take the original burials, which was 75,000, and you subtract the changed amount on table 10, which is now 33,000. I'm just talking scenario 1. So 75,000 minus the 33,000, that equals the 41,000 in overstatement. So it's greater than what we had said. We said overstated by 30, you said 41.
Yes.
Okay.
But the key number is on table 12, when you look at midpoint total periodic interments, and the number went from 155 to 120,000 something. So it is stated by over 30,000.
Exhibit 59 did not refute our item number 2, which ash burial projections are overstated by 12,000.
Is
that correct?
I do not agree with that statement whatsoever, and I would like to hear your proof that it's overstated relative to the mainland and cultural traditions here in Hawaii burial practices.
If you turn to
support that is unsupported. You are making an assumption that cannot be supported and goes against practices of cultural interment of cremations here in Honolulu. And you're basing that on a nationwide projection that you decided to pull a number out of the air. And I would be interested in how you support that and how that could be viewed as me being in error.
Okay, if you turn to our exhibit.
Sorry, can you please both make sure that you're not talking over each other?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So if you look at exhibit, Intervenors Exhibit number 15, on page 6, that is where we address the overstatement. So we show your table from CBRE page 29, from the study, page 29. And it shows that, I've highlighted it in purple, we estimate 18% of Hawaii cremations. But in the introductory paragraph of the CBRE study, it says, and I have it quoted there, Scenario 1, resulting in minimal burial demand, estimate that 25% of Oahu cremations result in scattering of ashes and 4% are otherwise disposed. And also above that, it says nationally, 35% of people scatter ashes. So I was saying that you stated it was 25%, but the calculations are actually done at 18%. That's where we got that figure, the discrepancy of 12,000.
Now, I would say that the text that you are quoting was an error.
Okay, so that the text in your study wasn't.
The numbers are correct in the tables.
Okay. So moving on. So Exhibit 59 did not refute our number 3, that there was an omission of Hawaiian Memorial's existing 4,500 plots.
Correct. And we never said anywhere that they were understated. We count for all of those within our absorption analysis. So the burial supply is not understated within the context of subject supply. We acknowledge that there are unsold lots. Everybody acknowledges within Hawaii Memorial Park. We have included those numbers along with the proposed ones as requiring absorption by the market.
I'm referring to the exhibit, so 59 on table 14. I think that's where you calculated the estimated supply.
Correct. That excludes the subject.
Okay, it does exclude.
Mr. Holiday, Mr. Holiday.
Sorry.
Two things. First of all, you will get a chance to speak, but you got to let the intervener finish his questioning. And second of all, I would just assure you and remind you, the intervener did not object to your being named as an expert witness. Nobody's questioning your integrity or your expertise in this matter. They are asking specific questions about this document, so you don't need to be offended by any of the questioning that's going on.
I'm not, and I apologize. That wasn't the intent at all.
Thank you. Would you please proceed, Mr. Yoshimori?
Okay, thank you. So table 14 does not include the existing capacity at Hawaiian Memorial, the unsold 4,500 plots. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So assuming
never mind, if I could answer that question.
Oh, please, go ahead.
4,500 plots may remain, but they are not all saleable. They're not all desirable plots. There's some on hillsides or a long way away from it. They're considered undesirable. So 100% absorption of the plots that exist at Hawaii Memorial Park will not be absorbed. There will always be some that are less desirable and not likely sold.
Going back to Intervener's Exhibit 15, page 1, at the bottom of it, we've summarized that, taking into account those 4 items that we talked about, and I think you stated that number 2, we should strike. So if we just take out that strike, and for number 1, if we change it from 30,000 to the 41,000, I think our numbers that are, assuming all of the things that we talked about, you did not refute number 2, 3, or 4. Number 3 and 4. Our calculations show a surplus of 59,000 plots by 2040 on Oahu under scenario 1. And under scenario 2, we show an estimate of a surplus of 36,000 plots by 2040. So given that, I think the petitioner is now saying in your exhibit 59 that we should eliminate the highlighted items, the currently proposed capacity at Valley of the Temples, Mililani, and Hawaii Kai Cemetery. So I think that's what you're saying in this table 14. Is that correct?
Not at all. I am not saying to eliminate them in the least because they are potential proposed. It's just when you talk about them in your analysis that they are somehow inexistent, that they are somehow should be considered as supply. They don't exist. They should not be considered as existing supply, as you are trying to make the point. That is not true. They are not existing supply. They are only lines on a map and artist conceptions until they are dealt with in entitlements, the soil issues, the topography issues, the infrastructure capital investment, they are not a reality. And you attempt to show that they are a reality, and we highlighted them to demonstrate they do not exist in reality. The total supply on the market outside of the subject is 16,500 burial sites, and that's the truth. And you are making, I do not agree with your statement.
On that number, so on table 14, on the petitioner's exhibit 59, that table computes, it's from the CBRE study, it computes the available capacity or the available plots on Oahu. And that it's on that table, it lists those currently proposed ones that you've highlighted. Those are included in the total estimated supply. So your study included them as part of the supply. I didn't add them, it was in your table.
No, you're misreading, I believe, the title. It says total available and proposed. That's not the total available, as you just said.
Hold on just a minute. If you turn to petitioner's exhibit 59, table 12, that table is a summary of all of the previous computations in the CBRE study. And I believe it shows, oh, this one doesn't show it. It's in another, let me pull it up. Sorry, just a minute. So it's on the petitioner's exhibit 6, I believe it was, the EIS appendix. In the CBRE study, appendix B, page 40, there is a table showing the assumed supply of burial plots, crypts, and cremation niche and major cemeteries. And the total listed is 105,000, which corresponds directly with your table for, again, it was those currently proposed cemetery plots of 89,000 were included as part of your estimated supply in the CBRE study. Is that correct?
As part of the potential supply, that is correct, but they do not exist in reality and they are not available.
Okay. Those planned plots, so they were included in your study as supply, correct?
We included them as you see here, yes.
Okay.
So
So
we never
if you're,
intended that they were going to be built. We, as a matter of fact, modeled on a worst case scenario, which is probably what you're moving to next, but they do not exist. The ones that exist are 16,500, and the ones that are moving forward and exist at Hawaii Memorial Park, which is the subject property.
if that was the position of CBRE, would it have been better to exclude those values from your estimated total when you produced your report in July 2018?
Yes, perhaps, and we discussed that, frankly, but it would be lack of professionalism on our part to not include things that are proposed. We do market studies for proposed residential developments. We talk about all the ones that have been planned and proposed and interview members of the Department of Planning. And we look at a variety of aspects, and it would be remiss of us not to mention these being proposed. But just because something is proposed in Hawaii, that does not mean it will come to actualization, nor does it mean it will be built out as according to long-term master plan allowances. So whenever you use those type things, numbers, you have to acknowledge the risk in those numbers of whether or not they will proceed. And as the reason we changed this table to include the footnotes, we wanted to emphasize that these don't exist and there is significant risk to assume that they will be built at all or on a timely basis. So there could be an argument to exclude them.
You know, we've had several people have called Mililani Mortuary, and we've heard that they have 20,000 plots currently available for sale. Have you spoken with Mililani about whether their 20,000 proposed plots are now available?
As of the time, I have not updated this to a current date, but as of the date of this study, that is what the numbers were made to me of how many were in place and versus proposed. Whether or not some things, I'm sorry, go ahead, right ahead.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Have you contacted Valley of the Temples about what their
Yes,
current?
at the time when we did the study, yes.
Have you contacted them recently?
No, I
About
have
whether
not
or not any of that capacity is coming online?
No, I have not. And I would say though, I have, there is nothing in any publications, and it's pretty hard to move anything these days without being on the internet somewhere. The last notice in the paper was about the Valley of Temples on their most recent area of the cemetery that they've opened. And in Hawaii Kai, the last mention in the media was 2015.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Revised Statutes 44-4.5 says, quote, owners of residential or agricultural property who use or intend to use their property for the internment of family members shall be exempt from the previous provisions of the chapters provided. So what was that taken into account, having on-site burials in your study?
No, that is such a small portion of the marketplace, and it would be almost impossible to measure.
Okay, so the CBRE study, together with the Exhibit 59 that was submitted, there still are some corrections you're proposing to those numbers.
No, they were made on the tables that were provided.
Okay, those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yoshimori. And I apologize for I didn't mean to try to skip you earlier. Commissioner Cabral.
Thank you. Mr. Holliday, I have a question, and thank you for the charts, but not having them in front of me and long enough to really analyze them. I wasn't sure if it's covered in there. You made a reference about the declining number of actual burial plots needed on the mainland due to increases in the number of cremations on the mainland, and that was being based on the economic cost of those two different activities. My question is, in your analysis, and then you referenced the fact that we do not seem to have that in Hawaii because of the the strength of different ethnic groups and their religious backgrounds here that have cremations already as part of that. My question is, though, regardless of that, based on just pure business and economics, is there any accounting in your numbers for the possibility, or I would consider in business, money talks, is a probability that we will have a decrease in the need for large plots because of increased cremations as the cost of a full casket burial service increases over time, over clearly the coming 20 years. In all of your numbers and analysis, did you account for that potential increase in Hawaii of cremations from all groups, particularly those not necessarily based on religious preferences?
So if I understand what you're saying correctly, and so I can answer it.
Yes, sorry.
Are more cremations in Hawaii likely to be ashes scattered versus interred?
Not just that, in terms of just cremations in general over the need for an actual plot of land. That would be one part of it. And then because it obviously interring an urn with ashes would take a lot less real estate than a full casket burial. So I guess it's both of those possibilities, one due to cost, not religious reasons, but due to just economics. Are you able to, or do you think there's any validity in needing to account for the more people cremating versus having full caskets, and are more people scattering cremations versus internment for economic reasons?
Okay, we think cremations will slightly grow, continue to slightly grow as a percentage of all disposal methods for bodies. So we have accounted for that. We have not accounted for any trending of increasing reasons to dispose ashes because of costs here in Hawaii. But in the same respect, would like to add, you know, since you're asking about market trends.
Yes.
One of the market trends we're seeing and at Valley of the Temples is to actually put less interments per acre than traditional. Valley of the Temples' newest phase, if you will, has only a density of 470 interments per acre, while traditionally that number's been at 1,000. And that's what they're talking about moving forward at Hawaii Memorial Park. So yes, there could be some, for capitalistic reasons, to save money, some increase in the ashes being scattered out of cremations. But at the same time, the market may move towards lower density instead of higher density interments.
Okay, so there's no way to market analyze what that could be over from the data you can research.
Yeah, well, all you can do is plot plot some kind of growth figure in here and try to project it. But again, in Hawaii's history, the tendency, we believe we probably overstated the scattering of ashes. The tendency is to interment and veneration of cremation remains.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Cabral. I'm going to call on Commissioner Chang, followed by Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Holliday. Just two questions. Does availability equate with a person's choice? So if you have family members who are buried at Hawaii Memorial Park and want to continue to be buried at Hawaii Memorial Park, does your calculation of availability include a choice of where people want to be buried?
Well, in a general way, yes, because in a macro way, we showed all demand, which by definition is a broad spectrum. And I think if you talk, when the owners come up, you can talk to them about the wide variety of packages that HMP offers as consecration and interment alternatives. And so they exist in the market. Well, they would continue to exist in the market unless supply was somehow restricted and it wasn't available. But in general, we believe in giving the people the right to inter and consecrate those that passed on before with a level of religious freedom. And so, you know, I don't foresee there being major changes in that regard.
Yeah, I think my question is more, if, for example, there are vacancies and availability at Mililani, but you want to be, a person wants to be buried at Hawaii Memorial Park, your tables only take into consideration the fact that overall there may be availability. It doesn't take into consideration a person's choice of where they want to be buried.
Yes, we do. If you look at, and I don't want to take over the screen unless I'm told to, but no, on table 16 from our original exhibit, we do what's called a market shares method. And that is the standard way to determine absorption of product of any real estate land use. And so again, historically, Hawaiian Memorial Park has captured 30 to 40% of the Oahu interment market. And and that's because of its location, its desirability, it's close to town, all the different factors that go into it. And one of the factors is, of course, that my ancestors and my loved ones are interred at Hawaii Memorial Park. That's where I want to be interred. So on a going forward basis, that is contribute demand. And yes, we consider that in the market shares method of ascribing a share of the market to Hawaiian Memorial Park, assuming they have product to offer.
Okay. I probably didn't articulate my question very well, but that's okay. I think you've answered it. My final question is, it's related to your calculations were based upon one person per burial plot. Do you know whether the policies at Hawaiian Memorial Park have changed in response to more people wanting to have multiple burials because of economic conditions? Do you know whether their policy has changed?
No, I do not. I have been
Okay.
told that they have their policies and they'll be the same way going forward.
All right, thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Holliday, did you actually look at a document which set forth what the burial policy is at Hawaiian Memorial Park? Specifically, for example, how many urns may be placed in a plot?
I have not seen an official document. I've only had discussions with other members of the development team and ownership.
Did anyone tell you that burials, or let's stick with just urns, okay? Did anyone connected with Hawaiian Memorial Park or acting on their behalf with respect to this petition ever tell you that gravesite, a plot, is limited to only one urn?
I believe that that is the case, one interment, but I believe that they may allow more than one urn, but one burial is per plot is the assumption.
Okay, I know we must stick to you know, what's in the record, and so maybe let me just ask for definitions. When we talk about a burial plot, what do you mean?
A burial space is where an interment of, excuse my language, just a body could go, and that would be whether they are cremated or whether they are buried in a casket.
And so is it your understanding that for each burial plot, there is a separate headstone? I'm just trying to make it easy to figure out.
I don't know about headstones. I don't claim to know about how headstones relate to plots, but I just know that typically it's one in a one burial in a plot. Plots may be various in size depending upon whether it's used for interment of urn or whether it's for interment of a casket. But my assumption is one burial plot per disposed body.
But that's just an assumption. It's not based on you actually looking at specific documents, correct?
That's based upon discussion with the ownership and development team.
And who in the ownership or development team told you it's one urn per burial plot?
I can't recall if it is one urn, but I know it's one casket per burial plot. Whether or not it's limited to one urn, I don't recall.
Okay, let's talk about urns. What is your understanding about how many urns may be put in a single burial plot?
It's my understanding it's either one or two, and I apologize for not knowing it, but I believe it's one or two at Hawaiian Memorial Park.
Did your study assume that only one urn could be placed in a burial plot, or that more than one urn could be put in a burial plot?
As answered earlier, ours are all single spaces, assuming single interment.
So in other words, in plain English, your study assumes the maximum amount of urns in a burial plot is one urn, correct?
Correct.
And if in fact, the policy of Hawaiian Memorial Park is to allow two urns in a burial plot, that would affect the conclusion reached in your study, correct?
I do not believe it would affect the conclusion. It would merely affect some of the modeling process, but the conclusion that there is still unmet demand remains.
Okay. You've been well, let me ask this about, since we're on the topic of urns. In your preparation of your report, did you come across any documents or evidence which indicated that there is a physical limitation on the amount of urns that may be placed in a burial plot?
Could you please define physical limitations?
Well, for example, at a certain point, there's not enough space to put the urns, or there's a solid basalt or bedrock that you're gonna have to dynamite if you want to put the urns. In other words, did you come across any documentation or evidence which indicated to you in the course of you preparing your study that there was some type of physical condition which would limit the amount of urns which may be placed in a burial plot?
No.
In fact, based on your studies and your expertise and knowledge, is it true or not true that certain cultures, in fact, place urns of multiple generations in a single burial plot?
Yes, and they do that on Oahu as well.
Okay. Are you able to give us an opinion based on the investigation and study that you did to prepare your report of what would be the possible maximum number of urns that could be placed in a burial plot rather, at Hawaiian Memorial Park?
No.
Is that something that should be considered in determining whether or not capacity is in fact being reached or not being reached?
It would be a factor in capacity, yes. But again, it is my belief, having been the one who built the model and put in all the variables, that even if we were to parse the number of, whether we want 2 urns in there or 3 and only family members, I still believe that there would be huge unmet demand for burial spots on Oahu.
Okay, but again, your study assumed 1 urn per plot, correct?
Correct.
You have been qualified and allowed to testify as an expert witness in numerous cases, not only land use commission, but in civil cases in the circuit courts and possibly in federal court. Is that correct?
I do not testify in court, but otherwise, yes, I have been qualified as an expert witness in front of countless government bodies, arbitrations, mediations, things like that. I generally do not testify in court.
And so you understand that the next question I probably will ask about your compensation, it's not intended to insult you in any way or anything like that, but it's something that is normally asked just so that the decision makers can take that issue into account in judging credibility. You understand that, correct? No insult intended.
Sure.
Can you tell us what is your compensation that is being paid and to be paid with respect to the work that you are providing in this matter for Hawaiian Memorial Park?
I'm happy to, as long as there's no objection from Mr. Tabata. Okay, I'm assuming there's not. We had a contract to complete our study, and I believe it was for $19,000 or $20,000. I also get compensated for any work and preparation for these public hearings and for the time spent in the hearings.
And your work or compensation for preparation in the public hearings, is that paid on an hourly basis?
On an hourly basis, yes. I'm sorry, yes.
And if I may ask, what is that hourly rate?
Generally $325 to $350 per hour.
Is any of your compensation contingent on the outcome of the proceedings before the Land Use Commission?
Absolutely not. I would be thrown in jail for that. That would be a violation of USPAP. We are not allowed at any time in valuation advisory services to take money based upon outcome.
Yeah, and again, I didn't intend to imply that you would.
No, I'm just saying I don't have the option of doing that even if I wanted to. That would violate every principle of everything I've ever held and would get me fired.
Okay.
Sorry, briefly, Mr. Holliday, can you spell out USPAP for the record? Or explain what that is?
Principles and practices in United States appraisal. United States principles and practices. And that's
Thank
the
you very
requirement
much.
of every appraisal anywhere that's performed in the world.
Sorry to interrupt the questioning, Commissioner.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. And that was a good point that we should try to spell out acronyms or titles for purposes and helping the court reporter keep a clear transcript. My final question deals with some of the economic data that you testified about. Do you have an estimate based on your study and investigation of this matter on what the gross revenue will probably be during the life of the expansion of Hawaiian Memorial Park? In other words, what would be the gross revenue attributable to the expansion of the park?
That's a good question. We do on table 22 of our original study, we talk about, and that is Appendix B to Petitioner Exhibit 6. We do talk about and project Memorial Park gross revenues on a going forward basis, both during the development and sales period and then moving on. And, you know, our projection on the total Memorial Park gross revenues during the construction and absorption period, which extends into 2035, would be $115 million.
So absorption also includes gross revenue from the sale of cemetery plots. Is that correct?
That is the inclusive revenues that are generated by Hawaii Memorial Park based on historic data. And that would include the plots, the payments into the trusts, the burial services and mortuary services, a variety of other services that Hawaii Memorial Park offers.
Now, earlier in this hearing, I read from a portion of an earlier hearing that we had where there was testimony given about possible future revenues. There seems to be a discrepancy between the numbers. Would you have any explanation of why there might be this discrepancy?
Given that you can't identify, can you identify the numbers for me that you think are in discrepancy?
Yes, let me read from the transcript. This was the transcript of the hearing regarding an environmental impact statement at page 120, lines 13 to 22. The question I asked was, so, I mean, is it reasonable to say that Hawaiian Memorial Park Limited expects to earn gross revenues of over $500 million from sales and operations in the conservation zoned area, or you can't tell us one way or the other? The answer from the witness was, I think that is rather high, but I think that is potential between, for a total 28 acres spread out over time. I think there is a possibility that you could move upwards into that much money. Yes.
Okay, and the question associated with that?
Question is, would you have any explanation why there's a difference in your projected gross income and that prior testimony that I just read?
Yes, several reasons. One is I am a little confused. I don't think the answer that was provided is somehow definitive. It was the statement you made and he responded he really doesn't know. But our gross revenues are operating revenues. In addition to the operating revenues, there's going to be sales revenues of plots.
Okay. What percentage of the gross revenues would remain in Hawaii?
Well, the gross revenues of the operation will remain in Hawaii because those are paid out in wages and services rendered here in the islands. And I guess that some of it would flow off because caskets are probably made in Oklahoma or something. I have no idea where caskets are made. But in general, the Memorial Park operating revenues, which is what we were projecting, will remain here on the island. As far as the capital investment and how that return is, that wasn't the subject of our study.
Okay, well, okay, maybe I'm getting a little bit confused, but let me ask you this. Did your study include the projected or anticipated amount of revenue from the sale of cemetery plots?
No.
Okay. So you wouldn't be able to tell us what percentage of revenue from the sale of cemetery plots would in fact remain in Hawaii, correct?
Correct. I can just tell you the first 30 million plus interest plus soft costs and everything will definitely be spent in the ground in Hawaii.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much for answering the questions. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Chair, I have nothing further.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioners, are there further questions for Mr. Holliday? If not, I have a couple of questions. Oh, Commissioner Giovanni, I'm going to unmute you. Okay. Oh.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Holliday, thank you for your testimony today. One clarifying question, how did you account for, or did you account in your analysis for the plots that have been pre-sold and are not used?
Correct, we did. If you look at table number 12, I believe it is. I'm running this back through here. Yes, table number 12, we count for 50,000 such spaces on Oahu that have been purchased and are unused. And we also have space that we've accounted for in the veteran cemeteries.
And despite that, your general conclusion is that supply is inadequate to meet demand over the next 30 years, 20 years or so.
Yes, grossly inadequate.
Okay. I presume as an economist and someone who does a lot of economic analysis, you're very familiar with Adam Smith's law of supply and demand, expressed in 1776 in The Wealth of Nations, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. So did your analysis factor, I'm following up on Commissioner Cabral's inquiry of about 30 minutes ago. Did your analysis account for the impact of increasing price due to the deficiency of supply indirectly affecting the demand itself?
To some extent, yes. As it's reflected in historic trends, as that trend has emerged, it is evident in the projections going forward.
Wouldn't that only be valid if supply was totally inadequate historically?
No, I think that you're seeing, particularly on the mainland, people are choosing cremation and scattering of ashes, even though there's plenty of inventory available for burials. That's a question of again, personal, traditional, and religious desires.
Notwithstanding cultural and religious preferences, would you agree that if there was a substantial and market increase in the price of these plots, that it would alter the demand and result in increased demand for lower cost alternatives, thereby, let me finish, thereby relaxing or conditioning the excess demand?
Yes and no. I don't think that you can divorce demand from the motivations for demand. People want what they want in regards to interment opportunities. So anytime, in theory, that you increase the price of something, you by definition decrease the demand. So I would agree with that on a macro basis.
But in your analysis, you didn't do any scenario assessments for substantial price increases and what effect that might have on demand.
All of our analysis was done in constant dollars. So the data is reflected in historic dollars moving to a constant dollar. So on a going forward basis, we did not inflate anything. And so
that wasn't my question. The question is, did you do a scenario analysis, for example, that said, if the price of burying a casket doubled, what impact would that have on demand for cremations?
Okay, no, we did not. That was not our instructions, but just in hypothetical, that would be incredibly problematic to do. Again, all we have is the historic trends of how the increase in prices has increased the movement towards cremation. That is all captured, and it is trended out on a going forward basis. So apart from exhaustive surveys of people who have families who have been actively in the burial process, I'm not sure that that's possible.
That's all I have. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Tom.
So anytime.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Giovanni. Commissioners, are there further questions for Mr. Holliday? If not, I have a couple questions, Mr. Holliday, just related, I think, to this last line of questioning. How efficient is the secondary market on cemetery plots?
Not exceptional. It's most typical to try to return it to the memorial park for their eventual resale. You can go on Craigslist and you can find offerings for independent, available spot, if you will, spot market burial sites. But again, in our analysis on table 12, we account for the fact that there's a lot of sold and unused burial plots out there. And whether or not the person who bought it and owns it now is the person buried there, or whether it's sold to somebody else, it's still the same plot and it's still the same supply. So we have accounted for all of those that are out there that are available and owned and unused.
So just to make, I'm going to repeat back to you what I heard you say to make sure I understand it. But so in your analysis of what's available, you include those even though the market is not particularly efficient in necessarily using those.
Correct. Correct.
Okay,
if it has been sold and is unused, we've accounted for it.
Because my question, and it wouldn't obviously be this petitioner's job, but my question, follow-up question was going to be, if the problem is that there's this, that part of the constraint on supply is an inefficient market, wouldn't one solution to that being trying to increase the efficiency of the market rather than trying to build more supply?
No, I don't think so. The supply exists. Those have been sold. They've been absorbed by the market. They're just unused. And so certainly every market can be made more efficient. But I don't think that ability to move around existing, purchased, absorbed burial sites, efficiency is really determinative. They are accounted for in supply. They exist. They're out there. We've accounted for.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Holliday. Are there anything further for Mr. Holliday from the commissioners? Commissioner Cabral.
Thank you. This line of questioning has got me thinking of more things, and certainly I'm sure our chair was not suggesting that the market would be more efficient if people would die faster, but I guess that would be the case if you had more rapid turnover of customers. But speaking of as a business, and I've clearly never thought of worried about this before, but I'm going to assume that the grounds there are gorgeously maintained and constantly maintained. However, most of the customers in the current cemetery area are no longer paying monthly rent to have those grounds maintained and mowed. So is in your analysis of some sort, and I'm not quite sure, but I'm assuming that somebody must be thinking of this, You must be constantly getting new income in order to maintain the grounds that were previously sold, completely occupied, and nobody's paying you for monthly maintenance fees. So,
Right. Commissioner Cabral, this might be an operational question for the
okay, yes, it
owner
would-
rather than economic question for.
I'm happy to answer, at least preliminarily, though,
Okay.
if you wish. That was a historic problem of cemeteries, is that the money would run out and they'd be abandoned. And a great example is on King Street, right across from Straub, next to One Archer Lane. There was a cemetery that was in disrepair and they didn't know what to do with it.
That's been
But
in the
nowadays, they put the money into a trust, and the ownership can describe that. And so of the money that you pay, a significant portion goes into a trust to in perpetuity provide those services of upkeep. That wasn't always true in the past. I think you'll find that Hawaii Memorial Park and the ownership has a significant trust to provide for those.
Okay, well, thank you. That's very informative. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang.
Yes, thank you again. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Holliday, I just wanted to follow up on one line of questioning because you seem pretty adamant that your conclusion would not change. But your conclusions are based upon certain assumptions. One assumption is that that this is based upon population growth on Oahu. And so if population growth was not as you predicted, as there is greater growth on the other islands, the necessity for burial plots may change. Would you agree with that?
Certainly, if the population increases or decreases outside of the projections, the outcomes would be different.
And the second one is your assumption is again based upon one person per burial plot.
Correct.
And you projected that there would be a demand over the next, until the year 2040. And if this is correct, about 105,000, is that correct?
No, that would be the absolute minimum.
Okay.
The maximum would be significantly more, 130 some odd thousand,
Okay.
with the midpoint of 120.
Okay. Do you know whether cemeteries have standard practices, policies like Hawaii Memorial Park with Valley of the Temple and Mililani as to how many burials, how many persons or urns can be buried in a plot?
Each cemetery can provide whatever they think the market will bear or is desiring of. And so they vary from cemetery to cemetery.
Okay. So if the policy is to permit 2 per burial plot, two bodies per burial plot, one on top of each other, or 2 or 4 urns, wouldn't your conclusion substantially change? It could be cut in half. It could be cut in a third.
No, not necessarily, because just because you can do something doesn't mean that's what the market wants. And so you're still going to have a significant portion of the market which desires single interment. And you have to meet that demand as well. So the answer is yes, the number of interments could be increased relative to, if you will, increase the density, but just because something is said, that doesn't mean that's what the market prefers.
So I guess it's not clear to me, what's the basis of your conclusion that people want to have one burial per person, one person buried in a plot? Because like the Veterans Memorial, they do both, the husband and the wife, that seems to be that seems to be what the market is actually demanding because of costs. So what is the basis of your conclusion that the market or that people's preference is 1 per plot?
History. I mean, if you just look at the history of cemetery development and interment development, certainly when you get into interment of cremation remains, that can be done in some kind of memorial. But in general, the history has been one body per plot. And there's true that it is not uncommon for spouses to be buried next to each other within adjacent plots or buried one on top of each other. That does happen, yes.
So if we asked Hawaii Memorial Park's Mr. Morford, what is the trend that he is seeing? If he is seeing at Hawaii Memorial Park a greater demand for more burials in a single plot, would your conclusion change?
The answer is the conclusion being that there is far greater demand than supply. That would not change the conclusion. Because even if you assume that every single burial we project is 2 to a plot, which I think is an unrealistic assumption. But even if you assume that, the midpoint demand for 2-person plots would still be 60,000 plots. And there's only 16,500 that exist in supply. So even if you cut by a half, or even if you cut by 60% the number of plots by assuming there's multiple person plots, the existing supply is still well short of quantified demand.
But you would agree that the total number or the demand would change depending upon if you find that the trend of cemeteries and the preference for families is to have multiple burials in a single plot, that some of your assumptions may not be, some of your historic assumptions may not be the future trend, because the future trend may represent economic conditions, cultural preferences, just the desire to be more environmentally, but because you seem so very adamant that no, your conclusion would not change. But if indeed the trend is different from your assumption, it may change the ultimate demand.
Macro demand, not subject demand.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioners, Commissioner Wong.
Thank you, Chair. Just first off, I want to say, following up on Commissioner Chang's statement, I wouldn't want my wife on top of me on my same plot. It's just a statement. But let's say we have another COVID crisis or something that we cannot stop this virus and there's increased mortality rate. So would your assumptions still stand that we'll still have a demand for 60,000 and not maybe 75 or et cetera? So that would, go ahead and I'll do the second part. Mr. Holliday.
Okay. First of all, our demand was 120,000 in reference to the 60,000. That was to answer Commissioner Chang's question, what happens if you cut it in half? And so if you cut it in half because everyone had 2, the assumption was there only be demand for 60, which since there's only 16,000 available, there is still a huge unmet demand to support absorption of the subject. But frankly, our study was done pre-COVID-19 and no one knows what the future is. Hawaii has shown the ability to handle the outbreak in right fashion. Only New Zealand's probably done it better than we have. And so relatively speaking, and I don't mean to make light or short of anything, but we've only had 11 COVID deaths here on Oahu. And as you could see from the statistics, we have 8,000 deaths a year here on the island. So at least up until now, the number of deaths resulting from COVID has been not a meaningful amount of relative to the overall number of people that pass away every year. So I think it's a little premature to suggest that there's going to be such a major increase in deaths from COVID-19 that it'll change the burial market.
Cool. So this is my second part. So as we've seen the economics that a lot of people was furloughed or been unemployed. So the cost factor to pay for a funeral, a plot, people may not be able to, have the money to have a plot. So they'll say, I want to be cremated instead, or I want to be thrown in the ocean, in ashes. Was that ever taken into account in your study?
Well, from the standpoint of historic trends, yes. From the
Okay.
standpoint of historic trends and its impact upon the election of how people are interred or cremated or scattered, yes. From historic trends, we project them moving forward. And to answer your question, I appreciate that our unemployment rate is super high in the state, and it may be several years before coming back. But the assumption is that we will return to a healthy economy sometime in the next several years, maybe 5 years. And that is the point in time when we're really talking about this product being made available on the market.
Okay. So the only other thing I wanted to bring up is, when we had our first hearing in Ko'olau, well, wherever the ballroom's in the windward side, there was a couple witnesses that came up that said, as I think Commissioner Chang or other commissioners said, they wanted to be interred with, their loved ones on top of each other or in a same, columbarium or same box. Did you take into account that issues too?
No, as we have assumed one burial spot per interment.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Holliday. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, I'm hoping we can put this witness to rest soon, if you will. Is there anything further? Not in the macabre sense.
May I say something? I've been with you guys for a long time in a lot of different ways. This is very interesting to do it this way. And if it proves successful, I personally think it's a great idea. It's a lot easier than getting everybody together and schlepping them to Maui for a couple of days and seeing, conference rooms full of luggage on day 2. So this has my endorsement. I apologize for some of my personal skills, which are different over the internet than they may be in person. But I want to congratulate you on this effort.
Thank you for that feedback. I have commented to more than one person. The one thing we will miss when we return to in-person meetings is the ability to mute people. Mr. Tabata, do you have any redirect?
We have no redirect, Chair, but we did have a question.
Yes.
Keeping. We're trying to manage our witnesses and their schedules, and we were just wondering how long were we going to go today, if that's known?
We're due for a break. I need to confer with the staff. So if I'm thinking not much past 4 o'clock today, Dan.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's usually our ending time. 4 o'clock is usually what we shoot for.
Obviously, no one's catching a plane, but that's what we're shooting for, Mr. Tabata. How does that affect your plans for your next witnesses?
Our next witness will be Tom Nance. He has some time restriction, and after Tom, we have Jamie Hirota. I think we're going to be notifying a lot of our, Jay Morford is our next witness. And then after him, it'll be Tom Nance. The information affects us is that I believe we're going to be informing the rest of our witnesses to be definitely available for tomorrow.
My assumption based on the tenor of today's questioning and the level of detail that the commissioners are seeking, that if we got through Mr. Morford and Mr. Nance today, we'd be fortunate.
Yes. Understood.
I got to put on Tom first.
Okay. So with that, it is 2:07 p.m. I apologize for going over an hour. I'd like to excuse Mr. Holliday, and if there is indeed no redirect, take a 10-minute break, reconvene at 2:17 for Mr. Morford. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Holliday, and thank you all. We'll reconvene at 2:17.
Excuse me, Chair. Excuse me, Chair. Given the time constraints, I think we're going to take, with your permission, we'd like to put on Tom Nance as our next witness.
Okay, followed by Mr. Morford.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. We'll
Thank you.
reconvene now at 2:18. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're a minute out. Commissioner Cabral. Hi, Ben.
Hi, Mr. Chairman.
Curtis got tired of us.
You wore him out. You folks have worn him out. So he's put me into the breach.
Okay. We will reconvene officially in a minute.
Okay.
I'd rather have Curtis than Ben.
I remind you, Commissioner Wong, we are being broadcast live. That has not suspended.
You're going to stick your face here. He prefers you rather than me.
Hi, Ben.
I won't take that personally, Commissioner.
Gary, you're gonna cut
Yes.
your hair?
I want to represent that I have followed the governor's order not to do anything. So I'm staying here, long hair and all.
My God, we're turning to the 80s, huh?
60s. Gary, you cut your hair, just cut it like mine's. You remember what hair looks like? No, I don't.
Okay, we once again are waiting for Commissioner Cabral. I have to reacquaint myself where everybody physically is on my screen. It just keeps switching and it's quite disorienting. Ben, should I let in Mr. Nance?
Yes, please.
Is he on his own or is he at a?
HMP2. HMP2, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Sorry. Scott Derrickson, I need to be made a co-host again. I was kicked, my computer shut down during the break and I had to relog in. I came back into my room and I was facing my welcome screen. So you need to make me a co-host so I can admit people. Mr. Derrickson, can you hear me?
Working on it, Chair.
Yeah, we're working on it, Chair.
Thank you.
I think we should vote on it.
Every year, the commission is entitled to select a new chair. Feel free.
Chair, we're still waiting for Commissioner Cabral also.
Yeah, and I need to get, oh, I am now the co-host. I can now let in Mr. Nance. Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Nance, when you're admitted, if you can turn on your video and audio. There you are. And we are still waiting for one commissioner, Mr. Nance.
I'm here.
I can see you and hear you. You might lower the camera a little bit. You're kind of near the bottom. There we go. Is somebody calling Commissioner Cabral?
Riley's calling Commissioner Cabral, Chair.
Given the subject matter, the phrase "late to her own funeral" comes to mind. Vice Chair Cabral. I apologize to everyone for our delay. Again, I apologize for the delay. Here we go. You're with us now, Ms. Cabral? Okay. We are now moving on. Mr. Matsubara, you have brought in Mr. Nance as a witness?
Yes, I have.
Okay, Tom.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Tom, I'm going to
Judge
swear you
Charles.
in. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Okay, please proceed, Mr. Matsubara.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Ben Matsubara, and along with Curtis Tabata, we represent the petitioner Hawaiian Memorial Life Plan. The witness we have next is Tom Nance, and I thank you for allowing us to call him out of turn because Mr. Nance will be unavailable to us tomorrow. Tom, would you state your name and business address, please?
My name is Tom Nance. The business address is 560 North Nimitz Highway, Suite 213 here in Honolulu.
Tom, what's your area of expertise?
Primarily in groundwater development and dealing with groundwater issues. I have done work in other things such as surface water, but groundwater is at least 80 or more % of the work that I do.
And you have been previously qualified as an expert before the Land Use Commission in those areas, have you not?
Yes, I have.
What was the purpose you were retained for this particular project?
I was retained by HHF planners for two things in particular. First was to simply assess the groundwater conditions beneath the project site and evaluate what impact the project might have on the underlying groundwater. But there was to be a particular focus on a dug well and a perennial seep that is down gradient of the dug well, because these have given rise to a habitat in which the damselfly is known to exist. So maintenance of the perennial flow, maintenance of the habitat became the focus of most of what I did.
You were asked to prepare written testimony for today's proceeding, which you have done, and we have marked as Exhibit 33. And introduce that exhibit into evidence. Could I ask you to summarize your testimony in that Exhibit 33, please?
Okay. To start, the potential impact of the project activities on the underlying groundwater. The primary focus or aspect to be aware of is that the project site, and in fact, all of the Hawaii Memorial Park, exists in the caldera of the Ko'olau Mountain, meaning that it overlies a volcanic formation that is essentially impermeable. It's called the Kailua series of the Ko'olau volcanics. For example, if you drilled a well anywhere in the project site, or in fact, anywhere in the balance of the Hawaii Memorial Park, you wouldn't be able to develop a well of any significant yield because of the impermeability of the underlying volcanics. So activities that are proposed on the project site, for example, will have no impact on locations where groundwater is actually developable as production wells of various types. For example, inland and away from the caldera, there are a number of wells that are successful tapping into more permeable Ko'olau volcanics, and all of these hit high-level groundwater, most of them in dike-confined compartments, and none of the activities of the project site have any chance or any physical possibility of impacting that use of groundwater, or in fact, any other future use of groundwater. With regard to the preservation of the damselfly habitat, there is in the northwest corner of the project site a dug well and a perennial seep that is down gradient of it, and we do have an exhibit which will show where that where it's located within the project site. Can we share a screen, Chair?
Yes, please go ahead.
Is he going to do it?
Okay, this is up in the northwest corner of the project site on the Mauka portion. If you can see my thing, that's the adjacent subdivision. The well itself, the dug well, is right here. And this seep that is perennial, which marches down slope and ultimately discharges into the drainage system that serves the subdivision. The seep itself begins about 4 feet downstream of the dug well. And as you walk downslope with the seep, the water in it increases as you move downslope. So although leakage from this dug well does provide the water for the upper quarter or a third of the length of the seep, further downslope, other subsurface water comes into the seep area, so that the flow rate in the seep is actually sequentially increasing all the way down until it discharges into this drainage area here.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, for the record, the exhibit Mr. Nance is referring to is Exhibit 1, which is also attached to his written testimony that has been provided to you as Exhibit 33. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matsuda.
Okay. The dug well itself, this is a schematic. Is that going to be able to see it on the whole screen? It's a schematic of the well. It's a dug well It's about 11.5 feet deep. There are no records of its existence in the Water Commission records or anything else that I could find. It features this concrete base, which is about 4 feet, and then the open dug hole portion, which is actually larger than the size of the concrete top. The water level in the well, particularly in the March, April period when I was doing the field work for this, was always at a level which was slightly higher than the down gradient dirt. And I actually went to see the well yesterday afternoon just to look at what conditions are. And the water level actually was quite a bit lower than what I've shown here. And the upper portion of the seep, although it was wet, there was no actual discernible movement of water. And you had to go at least halfway down the seep on your way to the outlet before you saw any moving water. So it's been a less than normal rainfall period, and that's a seasonal variability. The seep was wet for the upper half, and there was flow in the lower half. But at the discharge into the drainage thing, that flow rate was less than a gallon a minute. And when I had viewed this back in 2018, it was typically more like 2 or 3 gallons a minute.
The record, this is Exhibit 2, attached to Testimony Exhibit 33. Thank you. Excuse me, Tom.
So to evaluate conditions, what was creating the seep and what the situation was with the dug well, we did 2 fieldwork activities. The first of them was to drill 4 small boreholes. They're located right here, and they're on the order of 12 to 20 feet higher in elevation than the well itself, a little downslope. These holes were drilled about 15 to 20 feet deep, and they were actually dry until the lower elevations of the borehole was reached. And following that, the water level in the borehole slowly rose up to a level that was on the order of 7, 8, or 10 feet higher than the water level in the downslope well. But it established that the groundwater occurrence we're talking about here is a subsurface flow that is actually confined by the overlying silty clay. So that's why when you drilled through that silty clay and created a borehole, the water level in the below that was able to move up under artesian pressure into the boreholes. And that's the same thing that is going on the dug well. It's actually the lower elevation part of the dug well is providing water under pressure that rises up in the well itself. So let's say the medium through which the groundwater is moving is a layer below the upper crust and is confined by that upper crust. The second thing we did is to try to verify those kinds of findings in those 4 boreholes with a pump test or siphon test and pump test of the well. And we ran that test at varying modest rates for about over a period of about 2.5 hours, and then let it recover. And we started at about 9:30, ended at about 12, and by 5 o'clock that afternoon, it still had not fully recovered. It was still a drawdown of 1.5 to 2 feet. But the water level when we were pumping and had the water level down to 5 or 6 feet below the static level, the upper end of the seep got dry because the water was no longer leaking from the well into the seep. It was being pumped out instead. But by 5 p.m. that afternoon, where the water level had come back to within 1.5 or 2 feet of the static level, the flow in the upper end of the seep as leakage from the well had resumed. And then I went back the next day and the water level was fully recovered and the seep was also fully recovered under its artesian pressure. So that's kind of the characteristic we're talking about. You'll also notice that if you look at this topography, it's kind of a bowl-shaped area through which underflow is coming and adding to the flow in the seep that was started with a discharge from the well itself. The project, what's proposed for the project is that there will be 3 roughly parallel retaining walls, the first of which is kind of on this order, and the others are roughly parallel and further upslope. The retaining walls themselves are going to be relatively shallow footed, and also they will have drains, but I don't think the walls themselves, because of their shallow footing, won't be intercepting what we've established is the layer where the subsurface flow is occurring. However, there will be substantial fill behind each of these retaining walls, and the fill itself may compress this lower layer that's the subsurface flow is feeding into the seep, and in the process either impede or redirect or otherwise adversely impact the seepage, this linear seep that's ongoing today. So that became a concern that we can't predict accurately will or will not occur, but to err on the side of caution, we have proposed that what is put in place before the retaining walls go in, before the fill goes behind the retaining walls, we would put in a series of subsurface drains so that they would enable, if the layer that's conveying the subsurface flow is compressed and has reduced permeability and the flow to the seep is otherwise impeded in some way, these drain systems, this herringbone kind of system, would gather up that flow and deliver it down to maintain the flow in the seep. So that's the recommendation to avoid a possible diminution of the subsurface flow that maintains the seep. And that would conclude my direct testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Nance. Is there further, Mr. Matsubara, from you?
Tom, I had just one final question. Is there going to be a method by which water level flow in the subsurface drains can be controlled so that it's not too much or not too little going to the seep?
Let me answer that question in a number of different ways. First off, when we put these drain systems in, there will be, in fact, an increase in flow. It might go from the 1 or 2 or 3 gallons a minute in the seep to as much as maybe 15 or 20 gallons a minute. That will be a dewatering of the water that is above these drain systems, and it will persist for at least a number of hours, possibly a number of days, after which it'll diminish and go back to what is the natural discharge into the seep. So that short-term flow at 15 to 20 gallons a minute is only transitory. And I would put that in perspective. If you look at the area, the surface area that is tributary to the seep, it's more than an acre. So in a rainfall runoff event, there might be 4 or 5 cubic feet per second of surface runoff going through this and down to the same outlet that the seep occurs. 4 to 5 CFS is something on the order of 1,800 to 2,200 GPM. So that short-term dewatering by these drain systems would only be about 1% of what the surface water flow through this area is during a significant rainfall runoff producing event. However, we can do 2 things. One is we can put valves on the end of this discharge system so that if it in fact is discharging a flow that is in excess of what seems reasonable to maintain the habitat, we can valve back the discharge from these drain systems. And the other thing is that in the event that the drain system isn't doing completely the job that we need it to do to maintain the seep, it is quite possible to extend a water line to the dug well, discharging 1 or 2 gallons a minute into the dug well, maintain the flow in the seep, call it artificially, by augmenting the flow. So the short-term excess discharge can be controlled, and if we're not getting enough water through, we can augment it by simply bringing in water and discharging it into the dug well.
Thank you, Tom. No further questions. Mr. Nance is available for cross-examination.
Great, thank you. Mr. Nance, I'm going to ask you to stop screen sharing at least for a moment. And we will start off with the city and county.
The city has no questions. Thank you.
Okay, Office of Planning. You are muted, Ms. Apuna.
Thank you, Chair. We're just conferring a little bit before we ask a question. Just a minute. Do you want to go on to the intervener while we?
Sure, intervener.
Thank you. Mr. Nance, I had a question. You mentioned that the concern was with regards to the flow to the well, that we're going to be building these retaining walls, and behind the retaining walls, you're going to be filling that. And there's concern that the fill behind the retaining walls, I may have misunderstood it, but that's going to push down on the ground and may affect the water seeping through to the well. Did I get that right?
Yes, you did.
And in my imagination, I was thinking that in your earlier testimony, you said that this water is seeping above the upper crust. So I'm assuming the upper crust is where the hard lava is, and sitting on top of that is the clay. So is the water flowing through that clay over the upper crust, or is it going to be on that higher level where you put the backfill on? Where is the concern?
Okay, you don't exactly have the sequence of the strata correctly. There's volcanics are at very substantial depth, maybe 50 or 60 feet. So we're just talking about what's moving through the soil layer. And there is an upper, let's say 10 feet or so in the vicinity where we drill those wells, where it's a silty clay that's relatively impermeable and through which water is not moving. It's moving through the soil layer that is below that upper layer. So when you put a fill on top of the silty clay and you add that loading, it has the possibility of compressing that subsurface layer through which the water is moving.
Those herringbone drains are proposed to be on top of that 10 foot of soil. Is that correct? Or is it going to be at that lower level?
No, it's at the lower level. So it will be in the strata through which the water is actually moving. It's not on the surface.
So you had testified that the retaining walls are going to be, they're not going to have deep footing into the soil, that it was just going to be laid on top of the soil and built up on top of that, and then the fill would be behind. I'm imagining now that you're saying we have to remove the 10 feet of soil first, then put in the herringbone drainage, put in back the 10 feet, build the wall, and then fill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the sequence, yes.
So there is disturbance to the uphill soil. You have to remove that before you can put the herringbones in.
Yeah, it's trenching to put the drain system in, yes.
In the subsurface drains, the augmented water line, and the recording device, you mentioned those things, excuse me, as mitigations. And that mitigation is for what purpose again?
To maintain the flow in the seep so that the habitat for the damselfly is also maintained.
Will the augmentation, so you had earlier mentioned that there's two different ways to control the flow into the seep area. One of them was, it sounded like you can put a spigot on top of the end of the herringbone. And the other one was adding the additional supply hose. Was that correct?
Yeah, the additional supply, if needed, would be delivered into the dug well.
On both of those, the spigot on the herringbone as well as the water, the additional hose, is that going to be controlled automatically or manually?
The valves at the end of the herringbone drain system, that would be manually controlled, whereas the discharge into the dug well can easily be automatically controlled by the water, by a float and a water level in the well itself.
What would happen to the well supply? What would happen to the well if that water was interrupted and the supplemental water was not initiated?
I'm not sure I understood the question. The water is interrupted.
So let's assume that we build the walls, we put the fill in, and it disturbs, it pressurizes the water going to the seep. And someone forgets to turn on the hose to supplement the water or to open the spigot at the end of the herringbone, and that water stops. What would happen to the flow rate of the seepage coming out by the well?
Well, if both the drain system was closed, the hose that go to the dug well somehow was closed, and also that the fill behind the retaining walls, in fact, impeded the flow of groundwater or otherwise diverted it so it didn't go into the seep as it does today, the habitat obviously would be adversely impacted as a result.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yoshimori. Ms. Apuna.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Nance, for your testimony. We have a couple of questions. First, can you provide an example of other projects that utilize the herringbone design? And do they have data to show the flow increases as projected and whether it can be effectively reduced with a valve as you stated?
And sorry, Ms. Apuna, just because during appearances you only noted you were there for OP, but you're now saying we, could you share who?
Oh, OP. I'm
Okay.
sorry, Office of Planning.
Yeah, okay.
I'm here on behalf of the State Office of Planning.
Okay, it sounded like you were talking with somebody. I just wanted, for the purpose of transparency, to know who was representing your client with you today.
Oh, I'm sorry. Lorraine Maki and Rodney Funakoshi are here with me in the room.
Thank you. So now, Tom.
See if I can remember your questions. The herringbone pattern is actually, although I haven't used it on a project like this, but it's a very typical application. Almost every single football field, for example, has such a drain system. Golf course greens have such a drain system. It's designed to convey the water away from wherever the drain system is being put in. With regard to can we control what the drain system is delivering, these are probably going to be 2-inch PVC perforated pipe, and you can put a 2-inch valve on the end of that, and then we'll absolutely shut off the flow.
And did you say that was automatically done or manually done?
No, the valves on the discharge on the drainage system would be manually operated. They wouldn't be automatically opened or closed.
Okay. And then as far as the irrigation line, I think you mentioned twice that it would be used if needed. So that irrigation line would not be installed. It wouldn't be installed unless and until the need for it. Is that correct?
Yes. If you're worried about the timing, what I'm recommending, number one, is to put a recorder into the well so we can find out what's happening to the well's water level, a first indication if the fill is in fact somehow diminishing the flow to the well and the well water level is dropping. But, you know, you can get a temporary line down to it in a matter of hours. And then if it's going to be needed, change that to a permanent line subsequently. But it's very easy. Once you're aware that somehow the drain system isn't providing enough water, we can get in a very short time, we can get a temporary line down there to deliver water into the well and then subsequently replace it with a permanent line.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Opuna. Commissioners. Are there questions for Mr. Nance? Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Nance. Just so that we have it in plain English, the bottom line is this: if the water flow stops for whatever reason, there's a reasonable chance the endangered species, the damselfly, could all die. Is that your understanding?
I'm not going to go there with the death of the damselfly, but what I would say is if the water level stops, the seep will dry up.
And the existence of the seep is necessary to keep the damselfly population alive in the area. Is that your understanding?
I'm not an expert in the damselfly. You need to address that question to someone who is.
Right, but you have been requested, well, who requested you to prepare this mitigation proposal?
Well, I was requested to provide the assessment by the HHF planners, and the mitigation is my recommendation based on what I found.
And that's because of the existence of a population of a federally recognized endangered species, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you read the concerns raised by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in their letter, which was attached as Appendix Exhibit A-2?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Well, the service in their letter, and that's at page 4, stated this, and they quoted from the draft environmental impact statement. Let me read it to you. And then my question is really, was this your opinion at the time? And the service in their letter writes, however, comma, on page 3-67, the DEIS states that, quote, the weight of the fill material has the potential to compress existing soils and interrupt or redirect groundwater migration that is moving downslope. This could reduce the permeability of these already poorly permeable soil, impeding or rerouting the downslope direction of the groundwater flow, close quote. Was that your opinion to the best of your recollection?
Yes, it's a possibility.
Okay, then I'm going to read you something else from the same paragraph that the service wrote, and I'm going to ask you whether you agree or disagree, okay? After that sentence, the service wrote, these two statements appear to be at odds with each other, one asserting no impacts, the other admitting that impacts might well occur. Okay, but this is the part I'd like you to comment on. We believe that impacts have a reasonable likelihood of occurring due to both excavation into slopes above the spring habitat that may permeate or that may penetrate, bedrock, and soil compaction impacts as described above. Do you agree with that statement that those impacts have a reasonable likelihood of occurring for the reasons that the service stated in the rest of that sentence?
There is the possibility of that impact, and that's why I have recommended the drain system that I discussed previously.
Can you in any way give us a percentage estimation of the likelihood of success of your proposed mitigation scheme or mitigation plan?
I think the probability is very high, particularly, we have the option to augment the natural flow if necessary. So I believe we can maintain the flow in the seep as required.
Now, just so that and I'm not really clear about this, is the equipment to augment the flow, is that going to be located in the cemetery expansion area, or is that going to be in the cultural preserve or some other area?
It will be from the landscaped area directly upslope from the well, which is definitely, that's where it'll be. It'll just be a small 1-inch pipeline that comes down the slope to the well.
Okay, but the equipment, let's say, well, is it going to be like a valve to open and close to augment the well if necessary? Or augment
if it's necessary, yes, there'll be a valve. It's almost like a cattle trough kind of a thing, where you have a float valve in the well that when the water level in the well drops, water in the pipe comes down. When the water level has recovered back up, the valve closes.
Can you point to where in the record there's any evidence or document that shows which entity or who would be responsible for maintaining this adequate level of water into the damselfly habitat? I mean, will it be Hawaiian Memorial Park? Will it be the prospective holder of the conservation easement, which is the Hawaii Island Land Trust or Hawaiian Island Land Trust? Or would it be the proposed cultural managers, the Kola Poko Hawaiian Civic Club? Or is it, we really don't know who's going to be responsible for this?
It's the last of those. I think it's a question that be addressed to management of Hawaii Memorial Park.
Okay, so I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I have not discussed that aspect with anyone.
Okay, and finally, can you point to any other situation involving protection of a habitat of a federally recognized endangered species where this type of mitigation method or plan has been successful in so protecting the endangered species?
I am not aware of any scheme such as what I've put forward here.
So I know life is full of risks, just like the other engineers said, there's no guarantees in life, and we understand that. But would you agree that if the primary purpose is the protection of the damselfly habitat, the best protection is simply not to disturb the method in which the habitat is receiving water?
I don't necessarily agree with that. I think with the mitigation that I've proposed, the seep can be maintained as it is now.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Chang, followed by Commissioner Cabral.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Tom. Thank you so much for being here. Mr. Okuda did ask some of the questions I had. I just have one final question for you. Has your proposed mitigation measure been reviewed and considered by U.S. Fish and Wildlife?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. And who would best know that? Would that be Mr. Montgomery, Mr. Morford? Who would know that? Do you know?
I don't know that either. I'm sorry.
Okay, but you were just asked to propose a mitigation measure and this is what you came up with. But you don't know whether this has been discussed with U.S. Fish and Wildlife.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Cabral. Excuse me, Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Cabral?
Yes, thank you for the information. I'm from Hilo, so I have somewhat the completely opposite concern. Other questions have been, what if the water stops going into that area? My question is more of a concern of, in the event that what's been set up is to somehow maintain and or direct water, what if you have a massive flood of the area that would alter or so inundate the area with some type of flooding? And how is your system going to be able to handle that without potentially causing problems that could disturb the land, the retaining walls, the habitat for the damselfly in particular, because you're altering things? I'm just concerned of the 40 days and 40 nights of solid rain. How are you going to protect things at that point? It's my question, if that's part of the study.
Well, the mitigation that I have proposed, the subsurface drains would not be impacted by that, and the water pipeline, the permanent one at least, would be underground. So I don't think anything that I'm proposing here would be impacted by a very substantial rainfall runoff event. Those events have happened in the past. They very likely inundated the habitat for the damselfly, at least on a temporary basis.
So probably no effect. Nothing you're doing is going to alter how massive rainfall is going to affect the area. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Cabral. Other commissioners? Other commissioners? If not, I have a few questions for Mr. Nance. Any other commissioners? Okay, Mr. Nance, one of my questions was that my basic understanding of the proposal of the project is that it will transform not only the topography of the site and the above ground soil profile, but it will go from a forested landscape to a mostly lawn landscape for the cemetery above this seep, is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. Did your work at all look at the change to recharge levels that might be feeding the seep as a result of this vegetation change?
I didn't evaluate it specifically, but I think when you're talking about landscaped grass, the recharge is probably going to be at least on the same order of magnitude as it is today. Right now, it's steeply sloped, and once it's grass, the slopes will be flatter and more likely to let the rainfall run off, infiltrate rather than run down the steep slope.
So, okay, my impression has generally been that forested landscapes tend to allow greater levels of recharge than grassed landscapes. Is that not correct?
Well, all things being equal, but this is a very steeply sloped land, and that promotes rapid runoff, and it will be changed to something that is terraced grass area. So I think there's pluses and minuses to both ways.
But in any case, this was not part of your study to look at any potential recharge changes that would affect the flow into the seep. Is that correct?
That's correct. I did not.
Okay, thank you. And then if I understood your testimony your both direct and your subsequent testimony in response to questions, you are preparing for the contingency that this herringbone drainage system may not work, and that there could then be an alternate provision of water through a hose, presumably from the municipal system, to the site. I understood that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay, and I think I might be rephrasing a question from Commissioner Chang, but often the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service will either approve a habitat conservation plan or issue an incidental take permit if there's a possibility that a species might be affected by a project. But if I understood your response correctly, your work has not, to your knowledge, been considered by the Fish and Wildlife in either the issuance of an HCP or an incidental take project. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thanks. And then two more questions. Third one is, you looked exclusively at the volume of water, no other water parameters like temperature or quality. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, I want to make sure I understood that. And then finally, I just want to ask, because of your really extensive experience in Hawaii, this is similar to a question asked by Commissioner Okuda of Mr. Holliday. Can you speak to any projects where you've been a paid consultant, where you've actually identified a negative adverse impact to a cultural or natural resource from a project?
Well, I can't remember necessarily for cultural things, but impacts in general to primarily to groundwater, the use of groundwater by others, potential contamination, adverse impact on existing wells. That often comes up in the work I do.
Did you have a couple examples that spring to mind that might
Well,
be analogous to this?
Working, I guess a couple things. One is out in Eva working with 4 developers, each trying to develop out there and coming up with schemes that hopefully work for all 4. Same thing in South Kohala, where you have a myriad of developers trying to put wells in that potentially adversely impact each other, and kind of being the person in the middle trying to find a result that works for everybody. So I've often run into that kind of thing.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I definitely honor and acknowledge your expertise with wells. Is there an example of one where you've found in your consulting experience that the development of a well or a water source has affected a natural resource that's dependent on groundwater?
Not that I can remember.
Okay, thank you so much. I have nothing further. Is there anything further from any of the commissioners? If not, Ben, do you have any redirect?
Yes, I have 2 questions to redirect, Chair.
Please.
Tom, are you aware under the mitigation plan committed to by the owner based on the work you've done and what our entomologist, Dr. Stephen Montgomery, has done, is the intent to install a surface line with the float valve immediately upon the improvements being made, and not as needed? It's going to be put in it immediately?
To be honest, I was not aware of that.
Okay, that's part of the mitigation plan, which will be testified to by Dr. Montgomery. The second thing, Tom, is that with the water line and the subsurface drains, do those 2 measures provide additional assurance, providing a water level to the seep that will be favorable to the damselfly?
It'll be favorable to maintaining the existing flow in the seep. And I leave off the damselfly part.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Okuda, your hand is raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question, and I forgot to ask it about Mr. Nance or Dr. Nance, the scope of your testimony. Do you have any opinion about what the calculated amount would be of runoff from any fill or excavated materials at the site? Or is that something outside of what you were retained to study?
Sorry, and just Gary, I'm just being overly cautious here. I didn't see whether your hand was up before and I missed it before we went to redirect. Ben, do you have any problem with Mr. Nance answering the question? You're muted. No problem?
Chair, I'm sorry, but I thought I had my hand up.
Okay, yeah, so I just don't know, but I just want to, I didn't see it.
No problem, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Okuda, Commissioner.
Yeah,
Uh,
Mr. Nance, it's just a question about the scope of the work that you were asked to do. Did any of your work involve calculating the potential amount of silt or dirt which might run off in the course of construction?
It did not.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Is there anything further from any of the commissioners? Anything further, Mr. Matsubara?
Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Okay. If not, it is 3:11. What I'm going to propose is that we take a break and then come back for at least the beginning of direct and some questioning of Mr. Morford. Is that acceptable to you?
Thank you. Yes, it is.
Okay, it's 3:11 p.m. Let's reconvene at 3:21 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Nancy, don't go too far. I can't.
I'm right here.
Okay, don't run away. I'm getting tired of waiting for you.
Okay, yes, 2 minutes. Jesus. Okay.
Six.
I'm here. Okay, yeah. Let me mute them again.
Sorry, am I the last one?
Nope, not at all.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I think I said 3:21.
Okay.
No, I just happened to see Commissioner Cabral, so I said, don't go anywhere.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes.
I have to leave the office by 4:30.
Okay.
I have to pick up my car at 5 or they'll lock me up. I mean, lock the car up. So just, I might be running out.
The former was a more attractive option.
Okay. Chair.
No, we're not going to go beyond 4:30 for sure. I would assume we'll do another hour, 4:20. And
Okay,
see how far we get with Mr. Morford.
that'd be great.
Okay, folks, if we're almost there, if you want to unmute and resume your video at least. Okay, it's 3:21. Just need the county. Are you there, Mr. Pang? City and county. City and county, Mr. Pang.
Well, at least I'm here this time.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Cabral. I very much appreciate it.
I try not to leave my seat, just lean forward in the opposite direction.
And I appreciate how much Kuleana, all of the commissioners have, including you with your business. So we'll wait one more minute and then we'll just proceed. Mr. Matsubara, Mr. Morford, is he at the same HMP2 link?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. HMP2.
Okay, bringing him in. Mr. Morford, if you want to, yeah, there you are. Okay. And you're audible. Great. Okay. Welcome. Aloha. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody.
I'm going to swear you in, then hand you over to Mr. Matsubara for direct, and followed by, some people might have some questions. So,
Are you sure?
Just a guess. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
It is.
Thank you very much. Mr. Matsubara.
Mr. Morford, would you state your name and business address for the record, please?
My name is Jay Morford. My business address is 1330 Mauna Kea Street, Honolulu, Hawaii.
And what is your position with the petitioner Hawaiian Memorial Life Plan Limited?
I'm the president of Hawaii Memorial Life Plan. I've been with the company for 25 years and in my current position since 2006. I'm also a director and president of the Hawaii Funeral and Cemetery Association.
Thank you. Now, you prepared written testimony for your presentation today, did you not?
That is correct.
And we've marked that exhibit as Exhibit 30, and that's your written testimony, correct?
That is correct.
Could you please summarize your written testimony for the commission, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to. First, I'd like to thank the commissioners and staff for scheduling a hearing today. I know that this is definitely a new experience for everyone, but we do appreciate it from my company, and just wanted to extend our gratitude for that. I'd like to talk a little bit about our company, if I may. Hawaii Memorial Life Plan provides cemetery and funeral services throughout the state of Hawaii. We serve over 3,800 families statewide and employ and provide benefits to over 204 employees. Hawaii Memorial Park is one of our most essential businesses. We opened on Memorial Day in 1958 and currently have 80 developed acres. Hawaii Memorial employs approximately 75 employees, many of which belong to the International Longshore Workers Union. Hawaii Memorial serves approximately 1,100 families annually in our combined funeral and cemetery operations. Now, we're in a unique business, but unlike the majority of cemeteries in the state of Hawaii, Hawaii Memorial is an endowment care cemeteries. There are currently only 13 DCCA regulated endowment care cemeteries in Hawaii. Now, a regulated endowment care cemetery require annual audits conducted by the state that there is enough trusted endowment care funds to maintain the cemetery in perpetuity. Without a required endowment care fund and regulation, there can be long-term maintenance problems with the cemetery. Now, in 1983, Hawaii Memorial purchased 203 acres from the Harold Castle Estate for future cemetery use. That was the original size of the parcel. It was primarily being used as a dairy farm. There was a dairy road on the parcel and cattle on the property pretty much during that time. In fact, that dairy road actually goes down to that well that was drilled, coincidentally. And you can look at petition Exhibit 30, if you like, Part 1 photos. If you want to look at that, I'm not going to share a screen, but it's available for you if you'd like to look at it. We initially looked at our future inventory needs and started the expansion plan process in 2008. But as you are aware, our request and plan was denied at the Land Use Commission in 2010. There were many concerns that were raised during those hearings we needed to address. And based on that denial, we abandoned the original plan and developed the plan that is in front of the commission today. We did take into account the concerns that were brought up by the community during the LUC hearings and started working on a new plan. We did want to address all the concerns, maintain sustainability, reduce the flooding, and protect the cultural resources, but still secure future cemetery space with the least amount of impact on the community. One way to do that was our commitment to placing a conservation easement on the property. This will prohibit any development on the remaining parcel. If this project is approved, we will start the process of securing the conservation easement. On our site visit at Hawaiian Memorial Park, we took everyone to our Ocean View Garden. That garden is our most recent development and provided the commission an opportunity to see the finished product once a cemetery garden is completed. Anytime you start to design a garden, you create a master plan. That takes into account the need for casket burial space and a cremation garden for cremation memorialization. You do want to maximize land capacity while maintaining our ethical responsibility, provide design and memorialization uniformity, beautification, and ongoing maintenance. We currently have sold 93% of our entire available casket inventory. Without the expansion, we are not going to be able to offer our families that option for casket burial in the future. With your approval, we'll be able to continue serving the families in the same manner we have been over the last 62 years and secure long-term employment for our families. In closing, just to name a few things that we've done over the past 2 years is one, we did take significant steps to reduce the overall long-term impact to the community from the original plan. The distance from the newly developed cemetery to Pohainani Senior Living Center allows us to maintain 28.2 acres for cemetery, which is consistent and referenced in the language of the Ka'alopoko Sustainable Communities Plan. In addition, we are committing to a conservation easement prohibiting any future development on approximately 128 acres of Hawaiian Memorial property, which will protect Pohainani from any future development adjacent to the Senior Living Center. The grading plan shows we reduce flooding and improve water quality runoff. We have identified a 14.5 acre cultural preserve to protect Hawaiian archaeological sites, most notably Kawaiwai Heiau. And we recently have increased the damselfly habitat buffer for additional protection. This reduced our allowable 28.2 cemetery acres by 0.7 acres, now only allowing us 27 acres out of 156 acres for cemetery use. We've submitted 1,800 support signatures for this project, and we conducted an SF's community research poll. The results showed the majority of Oahu, 64% support Hawaiian Memorial Park's expansions, while only 7% oppose it. And lastly, this expansion will ensure long-term employment, additional jobs, and will allow us to continue serving Hawaii families like we have over the last 62 years. We respectfully ask the commission to consider the petition on all of its merits and allow us to move forward and serve our families. We do have the infrastructure and resources to fill our future commitments. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morford. Mr. Matsubara.
He's on mute.
Oh.
Okay, my wife wish she had that accessory, but I need to learn how to put it on. Thank you. Mr. Morford, you mentioned in your closing that you expanded the damselfly buffer area, did you not?
That is correct.
When did you first learn of the existence of the damselfly on the Hawaiian Memorial Life Plan property?
I believe if you refer to Exhibit 51, I believe that's the exhibit. Is that correct?
This petitioner's rebuttal testimony 51.
Yes, that's correct. This is an article that was written by Nate Ewan on Black Line Hawaiian damselflies in Kaneohe. If you could pull that up for me, please. but we first learned about the Damselfly population on July 20th, 2017 at a Kaneohe neighborhood board meeting when it was presented by Rich McCready and Grant Yoshimori.
Do you happen to know when they first learned about the existence of the damselfly on your property?
If you would refer to the exhibit that I started out with, go to page 2, you note where Mr. Ewan noted in his article, and I'll just read it verbatim. In June of 2016, Liam Gray took me and several Windward residents, Patrick Shea, Grant Yoshimori, Caitlin Yoshimori, Rich McCready, and Julie McCready to see the endangered damselflies he discovered in Kaneohe. If you go on to page 4, I'm sorry, page 5, you note that the damselflies live on conservation land owned by Hawaiian Memorial Park. So to answer your question in full, we learned about it 13 months after this alleged site visit was took place.
What did you then do once you learned of the existence, the possible existence of the damselfly on your property?
We contacted Steve Montgomery, and the following week we scheduled a site visit for Mr. Montgomery to be able to go out on the property to identify the site. And then at that point in time, we started taking protective measures and putting that into our plan.
So Dr. Montgomery continues to be your consultant to assist you in measures that you need to undertake to protect the damselfly.
That is correct.
And it wasn't until you learned of its existence on your property you had the ability to do that.
That is also correct.
Let me move to one more area. Now, you've kept your parent company, SCI, apprised of the progress of this project, have you not?
Yes, that is correct.
And they continue to remain fully committed to supporting this project financially and in any other way that's necessary to see it to fruition. Is that correct?
That is correct. And to quote a phrase I heard earlier, it's shovel ready. So on approval, we'll start taking steps to move forward with the project.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, Mr. Chair. Mr. Morford is ready for us.
Thank you very much. Let's start with the city and county.
The city has a few questions. Mr. Morford, if the project moves forward, you're going to be doing quite a bit of excavating and grading. Would you be willing to work with the Department of Planning and Permitting to develop a landscaping plan?
I don't see any reason why I wouldn't be willing to do that.
Okay. Would you also be willing to work with the city to develop a schedule of replacement and replanting of trees?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Office of Planning.
Thank you, Chair. Office of Planning does have a few questions for Mr. Morford.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Morford. First of all, can you tell us a little bit more about SCI? I believe that's the parent company of Hawaiian Memorial.
Service Corporation International is the parent company. We're a subsidiary of that company. They own and operate multiple funeral homes and cemeteries across North America, our operations being a part of that network.
Okay, and are you authorized to make decisions on behalf of SCI with regard to—
I'm an officer of Hawaiian, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You said you're an officer of—
I'm an officer of Hawaiian Memorial Life Plan, and I've been given authority to make decisions on this project.
And have you read Office of Planning's position statement? That includes proposed 12 proposed conditions.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Have you read the Office of Planning's position statement or testimony? I'm sorry, our testimony that we've submitted, our written testimony.
I have
Exhibit-
read it, but right now I can't refer to it in my memory.
Exhibit, Don?
I think it's exhibit one. Exhibit one, Office of Planning's exhibit
OP1.
And maybe to refresh your memory a bit, we have proposed 12 conditions at the end, which include mitigation measures for the endangered species, for the damselfly, some stormwater management and drainage improvements. Do you recall those?
I do recall those.
And so there's 12 of them, but with the exception of number 3, which is the transportation, the DOT condition, are you able and willing to commit to those proposed conditions that we've offered?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. So with regard to the dams, the subsurface system, the valve for the this, what's it called?
The subsurface water flow into the well, is that what you're speaking of to?
Yes, the manual system.
Mhm.
Do you know who would be in charge of managing that?
So we're willing to take on that responsibility, but that can be managed with other entities. And it's a little premature at this point to say who's going to be managed, but we're willing to take on that responsibility if necessary.
And when you say entities, you're referring to HMP and the Ko'olaupopo group, or?
Yeah, I'm speaking to whomever will end up with a conservation easement on the property and the Ko'olaupopo Civic Club at this point. We can do it in conjunction with them, but like I said, we're willing to take on that responsibility solely if needed.
Okay, and with regard to the conservation easement, you said that you would not enter into that agreement or negotiations for that until and if you received approval for this boundary amendment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you tell us, though, any basic terms that you would be agreeable to within that conservation easement?
Well, again, that's a bit premature as well, because we wouldn't be able to even enter into conversations with those that we have spoken with. And in all fairness to the Hawaiian Island Land Trust, they have their rules about what they can and cannot do when a project's still in this process. So whoever we determine, whoever we end up speaking with at that point in time, those guidelines and rules would be set then. But we fully expect this to be a condition of approval with the Land Use Commission on us moving forward.
Right. So say that you get the boundary amendment and then you move forward in negotiations for the conservation easement. What if you cannot come to an agreement?
If it's a condition of approval, then we would not be able to move forward with the expansion.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Morford. No further questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Apuna. Intervener, Huio Pikoiloa.
Yeah. Hello, Mr. Morford. The EIS says that Hawaiian Memorial's current capacity is 79,000 plots. Is that right?
That sounds about right, yes.
And as of 2018, it says that there are 25,000 pre-purchased burial spaces in Hawaiian Memorial Park. Is that correct?
I don't have that figure in front of me.
Okay. So those pre-purchased burial spaces, those are purchased but yet not occupied. Is that correct?
If that, so that's very possible, yes, but I can't speak to that when I don't have the actual information in front of me. However, I will point out that Hawaii in general is very much a pre-need state. They pre-plan in the state, both on cemetery and funerals. So pre-arrangement is very, very prominent in the entire state of Hawaii. So it's not uncommon for cemeteries to be at a position we're in right now with pre-arranged sales.
As of April 2018, there were 4,500 plots unsold at that time. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
So as of 2018, there are approximately 29,000 plots out of the 79,000. So 29,000 of them are or were unoccupied. Is that correct?
I don't have the number in front of me, Mr. Yoshimori, so I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Mr. Yoshimori, if you're referring to specific exhibits, if you could just reference those, please.
Okay. It's in EIS section 2.1.2.1. It has the figures for the remaining unsold plots of 4,500. And I believe it also talks about EIS page 2-11 mentions the 79,000 of individual plots. And the CBRE study quoted the 25,000 pre-purchase burial spaces, which would be Appendix B in the EIS.
Yes, based on what you're looking at, that is accurate.
Okay. How many caskets does Hawaiian Memorial allow to be buried in a single burial plot?
So just for educational purposes and to kind of clear up maybe some confusion on how cemeteries operate and work. I think that our industry is very complex and unique, and I think a lot of folks have a difficult time grasping the concept around memorial parks, especially endowment care cemeteries. So cemeteries will have business practice that they have in place and how they operate. To answer your question, we will allow up to 2 interments into a casket space. That's what we will allow to answer your question.
Thank you. And how many urns does Hawaiian Memorial allow within a single burial plot?
Okay, so I'm just gonna use correct terminology. It's a casket space. So in a casket space, we will put up to 4 interments into a casket space.
Is there a urn and casket option within a casket space?
Yes, there is. A family can put 1 casket and 2 interments. They can put 2 caskets, or they could put up to 4 interments.
If there's an existing plot with a single casket in it right at the moment, is there an option to add the 2 additional urns onto that plot?
That can get complicated based on how the original purchase was made with a purchaser. So when you have an individual that purchased a single interment right, because actually people are buying interment rights, not ground, they're buying an interment right to inter in the property. So if a family bought a single interment right into the casket space and they wanted to add additional interments, you would have to disinter that individual. You'd have to dig down 9 feet, put the casket down 9 feet, and then put outer burial container on the top of that for the interments. So there would be a disinterment that would have to take place in that scenario.
For that term internment right, how long is that right for?
Forever.
So if a customer currently had, say, let me rephrase that question. So does the state cemetery, the Valley of the Temples Memorial, Oahu Cemetery, and Mililani Memorial also allow for more than one person to be placed within a casket space?
I don't know about Valley. I know Mililani only allows one casket or 2 urns.
In Mr. Easer had confirmed in Mr. McCready's letter, a response to the draft EIS, which is the, I think the petitioner's exhibit 6, appendix A. He said that he confirmed that Oahu Cemetery allows up to 20 urns per plot. Are there any laws preventing Hawaiian Memorial from increasing the amount of urns per casket space?
So I would like to answer that question in 2 ways. I spoke earlier in my testimony about a master plan with a cemetery. You don't design casket spaces really primarily to be used for interment. You will design interment spaces that maximize the capacity of the land that are much smaller to accommodate 2 interments. So right now on our size of our interments, we can get 12 interment spaces in the same land space of a casket space. So we actually can get 24 interments in the same size as a casket space. So to answer your question, that's how we design our cemeteries in that manner. Now, to the point of why we don't allow 20 interments into one casket space, you run into next of kin authorization problems. People have a right, if they're a interment right owner, to authorize who's going to be interred in the gravesite. The more people you put in, the more interment right owners you're going to have, which can create conflicts in a family if you have disputes on who wants to be interred into that site. So you're much better off from a business practice and how to work with our families and our business is that if you design the cemetery to accommodate 2 interments, which could be husband and wife, wherever you want it, and then maximize the land that way versus just taking a whole casket space. In addition to that, I had a individual that wanted 40 interments in one area. And he sat down with us and we designed, it looks like a private mausoleum for a casket, but this is above ground, kind of a haka. It looks like a haka, but it's not Japanese style haka, where he has the capacity to put 40 interments on top of the gravesite, all in one place. So that is part of the cemetery design and master plans that I was speaking to.
Thank you. Does Hawaiian Memorial periodically use pesticides?
No.
My mom's lawn once had these worms and she had to spray poison because the grass was turning all brown. If that occurred, the cemetery, would you use some pesticides in that condition?
The only time that we've ever used pesticide is in the old section over where we've had some mosquito problems years ago, but we don't use any pesticide.
Okay. What are the price ranges for Hawaiian Memorial's in-ground burial plots?
Okay, I'm gonna speak to interment right again. And I believe, and I don't have our prices in front of me, it's been a long time, Ms. Yoshimori, that I've been in the field. So I think our range is between $4,000 up to $30,000. So we have a range based on location and based on availability.
What percentage of that $4,000, I guess what percentage of your total capacity is that $4,000 range?
Well, a lot of it's in the older section, so you can look at the, you were referencing in the DEIS, the exhibit, you can look at our map on the red on everything that's sold out. So much of it's in that area, in the existing section. The original 72-acre parcel. before our Ocean View development occurred.
Okay. Have you thought about what the price range is going to be for the proposed development?
No, that'll be determined based on construction cost and how it all works out, and as far as what we're able to design and what the initial costs are involved.
Part of the proposed mitigations to protect the damselfly habitat includes the inspection of well levels, inspection for invasive species, and to manage the well water levels. And page 36 of the petitioner's second amendment says, quote, "The management and conservation of this seep habitat area by the Civic Club may be more appropriate," unquote. Has it been determined who is going to manage this damselfly habitat?
As I mentioned earlier, with Office of Planning, we will take on any responsibility we need to, but as far it's a little premature. Much of those details will be worked out later on.
Has the Civic Club already agreed to take over management of the seep?
Of the seep?
Of the damselfly habitat?
That hasn't been discussed with them.
Looking at the city's testimony, one of the conditions that they're placing is that there'd be an equal replacement of canopy covering for the trees removed for this development. Does Hawaiian Memorial Park have land available to accommodate that replacement of those trees, removed trees?
I think I'm going to defer to one of our expert witnesses on that and get into that a little bit more. We're committed to doing tree replacement, and I don't have the expertise regarding on exactly where that would happen and how we would do that, but we're committed to doing the tree replacement.
Thank you, Mr. Morford. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Yoshimori. Commissioners, it is 4 o'clock. We could possibly go to 4:30. It depends somewhat on your stamina as well as Mr. Morford's stamina. We started at around 3:20, so we could at least go to 4:20 and do a full hour. Generally, does that sound good to start to launch into commissioner questions? Yeah, okay. Commissioners, who would like to start asking questions? Commissioner Ohigashi, followed by Commissioner Okuda. Yeah.
My question deals with the previous question raised about the secondary market for funeral plots. I'm not sure if I'm like many other people, but I remember in the 70s, my father and mother purchased several funeral plots at Maui Memorial. And essentially what they did was they decided not to use them and to be interred at the Honganji, but they intended it to be generational. So I have control of that right now and I'm supposed to use it. And it may turn out that I don't use it. So how long do these, is that typical of these prepaid or of the 25,000 prepaid? Is that typical of the prepaid or is that unusual of the prepaid, or could you comment on that?
Well, I'll comment to the best of my ability. I think if you go back into the time frame when your parents bought back in the 60s and 70s, the intent was to have you there with them. That was kind of the intent. They wanted all the family together. Things through the years do change and families make different decisions and different choices on what direction they're going to go. we try to encourage people to, if we do have someone that comes in and they're like, I'm not sure if I want this anymore, we try to encourage them to keep it, and someone eventually in the family will utilize it. And something that was bought back in the 70s, that property that the internal rights your parents bought were probably $500, right around that time frame, right around that price. And today they're probably about $5,000. So you're looking at quite a difference in pricing, but that space is there for your family forever. So it's there, right? And as far as families selling for a secondary market, I don't have a lot of information in regards to that at all. I really don't.
The only reason why I brought that up is I was considering this as a reason why there isn't a very good secondary market, is that most people would keep those lots that were purchased when they were relatively cheap or less expensive, and eventually use them for their families. The question is, does that, within the model of determining whether or not there's demand for additional that need to be filled for addition to justify additional expansion, whether or not, how to play that concept within the
I definitely am not Tom Holliday in his report. The only thing that I can share with that is there would be no way for us to know what a family's intent is, from 20, 30, 40 years ago, even moving forward. We're not going to know the intent of the families. So they make those decisions on a day-to-day basis on what they're going to do. So I don't know if it necessarily would have an impact, sir. I think that families need to do what's best for them, and we do what we can to try to help them through the process, in regards to the property. But we're not going to know what the intent of the family is.
Okay. I was just curious. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is that it, Commissioner? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mulford, for coming here today and testifying. Hawaiian Memorial Park, even though it was, when was it first incorporated? In the 50s?
It opened Memorial Day, 1958.
Okay. And Hawaiian Memorial Park, at some point in time, all its stock was purchased by your parent company, SCI, meaning Service Corporation International, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And on approximately what year did SCI purchase all the shares of stock of Hawaiian Memorial Park?
I think it was mid-year 1992.
Okay. And SCI purchased it from basically an entity owned or controlled by John Henry Felix and John Farias, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm sorry, what was that date again of purchase? Was mid 2008, did you say?
Mid 1992.
Oh, I'm sorry, mid 1992. Before an SCI, Service Corporation International, on its website states that it's the world's largest funeral, cemetery, and mortuary company, or words to that effect. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Is SCI, in fact, the world's largest cemetery, mortuary, or funeral company?
To my knowledge, there's no one bigger than SCI.
Okay, a multi-billion-dollar company, is that correct?
They're the largest company in the world in our industry.
Okay, and based in what state?
They're based in Houston, Texas.
Okay. Before SCI purchased all the interests in Hawaiian Memorial Park from Mr. Farias and Mr. Felix, did SCI do due diligence to investigate exactly what it was buying?
I was not with the company at that time. I can't speak to any due diligence that was done.
But you have worked for companies that have been owned by SCI, or maybe you've even worked for SCI. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Have you ever worked for SCI itself?
My current employer is Hawaiian Memorial Life Plan.
Right, but have you ever worked for SCI as your employer?
Directly? No.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, we're a subsidiary. I think it's fair to say that we're a subsidiary of the company and they're our parent company.
Yeah, and I do agree, and I'm not, that's not a big deal to me. My question, however, with respect to that fact is, does your employment give you at least some idea of the general business practices of SCI with respect to due diligence?
I'm not involved in acquisitions. So I wouldn't know what their process is in regards to that.
Do you know of any instance in all your years working for any company that might have been owned by SCI, where SCI purchased an asset, big or small, without doing due diligence?
I'm sure they did due diligence, sir. I was not involved in it.
And if SCI did due diligence before it purchased the interest of Hawaiian Memorial Park, it would have known that this land, which is subject to this land use petition, was designated conservation, correct?
I'm not the person to ask that question to.
Do you know of any evidence or anything that you know about which indicates that SCI did not know that the land was designated conservation?
And again, I'm not the person to ask that question. I wasn't involved in the process.
Okay. Did anyone ever tell you, anyone, whether connected with SCI, Hawaiian Memorial Park, or outside of the company, did anyone ever tell you that they were surprised to find out that the land, which is the subject of this petition, was designated conservation?
No.
Now, when did SCI ever do anything to attempt to find out what historic sites or flora or fauna or anything like that existed on the parcel that we're dealing with here, the conservation designated land?
Well, I think everyone knew Kawaiiwai Heiau was on the property. I think that was probably the most notable archaeological feature on the property. But in regards to any due diligence on the actual parcel, that would have been done through the studies that we did in 2008-9 prior to going to the Land Use Commission. That's probably what I would say they've found out most of the information about the property.
What was your understanding of the significance or importance of Kawaiiwai Heiau?
Well, I'm not an expert in Hawaiian cultural sites, and in regards to anything with that, I would defer to Dr. Tricia Watson.
I understand that, but I want to ask you, as the president of Hawaiian Memorial Park, did you understand that heiau had some type of cultural significance or historic significance?
I'll speak from a personal basis on this, on how important it is to me to protect it, and that I'm doing everything possible in my capacity to ensure that those sites get protected. And that's just from my personal feeling in regards to that site. And I feel the same way about all the sites that have been identified in the cultural preserve.
Have you ever heard during your time as company president the word stewardship in connection with the phrase stewardship of land or land stewardship or stewardship of natural resources? The word stewardship, have you heard that word used?
I have heard the word used, yes, sir.
Tell me in your own words what the word means to be a steward of the land.
I would say there's a accountability and responsibility to that.
With respect to the Heiau, what has Hawaiian Memorial Park done since the time it became a solely owned subsidiary of SCI with respect to stewardship or protection of the Heiau?
So I know that in the mid to late 2000s that it was being primarily taken care of by a family called the Campbell family. So we allowed them to up there, and they were doing that in regards to the property. For a long period of time, myself and one of the other managers were going up to the site and trying to clear it ourselves. And it just became too much for us to take care of. It's too much work for two of us to be up there doing that. But this was things that we took on personally to do that with. Anyone that wants to go on the property, or if anyone wanted to take stewardship of that property. In fact, right now, I think that what we're really hoping for is that with the approval of this project, we come into an agreement with an entity that will take stewardship of that and get it protected. But as far as ongoing stewardship of Kawaiiwae Heiau, no, there has not been a formal plan put together within my company to do that, no.
Well, did your company have an informal plan to protect Kawaiiwae Heiau?
No.
Did your company believe that it had an obligation to protect or preserve Kawaiiwae Heiau?
I can't answer that question. You're asking me to speak for other people.
Well, did you ever hear from anyone connected with Hawaiian Memorial Park or SCI a statement stating that the person believed that SCI or Hawaiian Memorial Park had an obligation to protect Kawaiiwae Heiau?
I've never had anyone tell me that.
Did anyone connected with Hawaiian Memorial Park or SCI ever state that they or it felt they had an obligation to take care of the other historic sites within the conservation districted property?
So, Mr. Kuda, would it be appropriate for someone like myself or up there to start protecting Hawaiian archaeological sites without a proper entity to be overseeing that when you're dealing with artifacts? I think that that's what we're trying to do at this point in time, is come up with a plan that will be addressed later by Dr. Tricia Watson in the preservation plan. And I would defer to her on that.
Yeah, let me respond to that, because this is not me trying to hide the ball or trick you or anything like that, okay? But, and the reason why I'm asking these questions is where there is not a clearly documented agreement with terms and conditions enforceable in the court, to some extent, we have to rely on the good faith of the parties. And to determine good faith or intention of the parties, at least for me personally, I kind of go back to the old adage, which action speaks louder than words. Okay, I'm not suggesting that there's a legal obligation to do things. I'm just asking whether or not anyone felt that way, because for me anyway, I'm not speaking for any of the other commissioners, but for me, that will go to making a decision with respect to credibility and whether or not representations that are made are going to be carried out or not. So that's the reason why I'm asking the questions. Let me ask you this. Okay, so as of this date, the Hawaiian Island Land Trust has not agreed to be the holder of the conservation easement, correct?
So to answer your question, we reached out to Hawaiian Island Land Trust a while back. I personally had conversation with them, but in all fairness to them, they have their rules and they were unable to entertain a full commitment to us at that time. But the letter that was you referenced at the hearing, our last hearing, that was addressed to me from Kavika Burgess was to show that we have good faith intent to follow through with that conservation easement. And as I said earlier, with Office of Planning, we expect that to be a condition on approval.
Okay. But not only do you not have a specific agreement with the Hawaiian Island Land Trust at this time, but the specific terms and conditions of the conservation easement have not been agreed to, correct?
And again, I go back to my original statement. You can't enter into those type of conversations until they're able to, until after approval.
Commissioner Okuda, if I may.
Yes, sir.
And I really try to not interfere with my fellow commissioners' questions, but if there's certain kinds of terms and conditions that you're interested in seeing placed as a condition, if the Land Use Commission was to act favorably upon this request, maybe the question you have for Mr. Morford right now could be directed towards, would you be inclined to accept this kind of condition or rather that kind of condition? I think through your earlier questioning of Mr. Easer and in a number of places in this docket, you and others, we've well established that HILT, for its own reasons, never entered into agreement yet and will not do so unless the LUC acts favorably.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chair. I'll just move on for it because, yeah, you're probably right that I'm beating a horse that shouldn't even be right now being beaten.
Well, but I just, if at the risk of stepping across too much, if there's specific things you'd like to see, that would the petitioner be willing to accept defined acreage or a defined endowment commitment or a defined set of practices? I think those would be good and productive questions to have.
Okay. Mr. Mulford, maybe I can ask this question. You heard the testimony previously given about a foreseeable risk of serious bodily injury or even death from rockfall in the area where the cultural preserve is intended to be placed, correct?
That is correct.
Now, would Hawaiian Memorial Park and SCI be willing to indemnify, defend, and hold harmless whoever is going to manage the cultural preserve, so that if someone gets hurt or killed in that area, for example, the Kō'olaupoko Hawaiian Civic Club won't be the one that's going to have to pay thousands of dollars to protect itself and defend itself and maybe go bankrupt, but SCI and Hawaiian Memorial Park will step in and protect, defend, and indemnify, for example, the Kō'olaupoko Hawaiian Civic Club from any claims, defenses, or lawsuits?
I think that's a very good question. And I believe that we can work with the entities and come up with an agreement that's acceptable to all parties. But again, when we get into the preservation plan and the cultural preserve, I'd like to defer to Dr. Tricia Watson.
Yeah, well, whether to indemnify, defend, hold harmless, and protect the manager of the cultural preserve from lawsuits, claims, and potential court judgments, that's a business decision for Hawaiian Memorial Park and SCI to make, correct?
That'd be correct, yes.
So my question to you as the person who is head of the corporation is, will Hawaiian Memorial Park and SCI be willing to indemnify, defend, and hold harmless, for example, the Kō'olaupoko Hawaiian Civic Club, if it were to be the manager of the cultural preserve?
We'll take steps to manage liability and make sure that there's no liability attached to the entities.
So the answer is yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if, for example, the Hawaii Island Land Trust is the holder of the conservation easement, would Hawaiian Memorial Park and SCI both be willing to give the same type of indemnification and promise to defend and hold harmless HILT if in fact HILT ends up being the holder of the conservation easement?
I believe we
Commissioner
can.
Kuda, I don't mean to interrupt you, but what you're talking about are steps that will occur in the future. It involves discussions with whoever will manage the conservation easement. It will involve whoever manages the park. It involves legal issue, and Mr. Morford is not an attorney. So I think at this point in time, to raise those issues and get a commitment may not be quite appropriate.
Okay, well, if the answer is I can't give a commitment, then that can be the answer. I just want to know whether it's a yes, a no, or I don't know. So to be fair to Mr. Mulford, let me back up a bit and re-ask the question because I don't want to force or put words in anyone's mouth. I mean, with respect to the manager of the cultural preserve, can you tell us yes, no, or you don't know whether or not SCI and Hawaiian Memorial Park will defend, indemnify, and hold the manager of the cultural park harmless from any claims resulting from, for example, rockfall?
Well, let me take a fourth option, and we are willing to entertain that. But again, I do agree, I'm not an attorney, and this is something that I think that needs to have discussion.
So you really can't tell us definitively one way or another right now with respect to my question, whether it's the manager of the cultural preserve or the holder of the conservation easement, correct?
At this point in time, Mr. Kuda, that is correct.
Okay. With respect to the cultural preserve, will the appointment or naming of, let's say, for example, the Kola Poko Hawaiian Civic Club, if they still want to do this, as manager of the cultural preserve, will that be revocable or irrevocable?
I'm going to defer to Tricia Watson on that question, but as far as our company is concerned, it's in perpetuity with them. So we have no reason to withdraw it.
Okay. With respect to activities which will take place within the cultural preserve, will the decisions of the manager of the cultural preserve be subject to the approval or veto of anyone else, or will the manager of the cultural preserve be able to make decisions in its sole and unfettered discretion?
They'll be able to make decisions based on their discretion.
So Hawaiian Memorial Park would have no veto power over the decisions made by the manager of the cultural preserve, correct?
That is correct.
If, for example, the manager of the cultural preserve determines that the actions or inactions of Hawaiian Memorial Park is harming the damselfly habitat, will the manager of the cultural preserve have a right to sue Hawaiian Memorial Park? Will there be any restriction on the manager's right to bring a legal action to enforce protection of the damselfly?
You know, again, Commissioner Kuda, you're asking for a legal conclusion from a lay person. So I would have some concerns in regard to the appropriateness of that question at this time.
So we're also, I'm going to just, in terms of managing the flow of the meeting, Commissioner Okuda, I have a sense that you have more than we're going to be able to get through to today with Mr. Morford, is that correct?
Yes, but if we continue, if we recess at this point in time, I promise I'll look to my questions and try to cut back on them.
And again, I'm not at all, you or any other commissioner should feel absolutely free to ask all the questions that you need to ask to be comfortable with this docket. But I do have to manage the time. We've been going a full hour again. I know I'm approaching the end of when I'm most fully alert and effective to engage with this. So if it's okay with all the parties, my suggestion would be that we take this as a break to recess and reconvene the proceedings via Zoom tomorrow at 9 a.m. via the same link. Are there any concerns or objections to proceeding in that manner?
No objections. Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Matsubara. Connie? Connie?
No objections.
OP?
No objections, but we did have a question as far as petitioners' witnesses tomorrow, so we can get an idea of when our witness would possibly be on.
Okay, I'll ask to address that in a moment. Intervener, any problem with recessing for the day after we deal with some housekeeping?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Matsubara, would you kind of overview for us what you would see us doing tomorrow?
I'll give you a list. There's 10 more witnesses after Mr. Morford. We have Jamie Hirota, the civil engineer. We have Stephen Montgomery, the entomologist. We have Stephen Spengler, the environmental hydrologist. And then we have Susan Burr with ACOS. She'll be talking about environmental science, wetlands, and waters of jurisdictional limits. And we have Reginald David of Rana Biological talking about biology. Maya Legrand talking about botany. Todd Beeler, noise assessment. Matt Nakamoto, traffic engineering. Rosanna Thurman, archaeology. Tricia Watson, the cultural assessment. There may be some rebuttal witnesses we have, but I think those would probably take up tomorrow.
Okay.
Were you able to get that done, or did I go too fast?
Yeah, that was perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so I think that sounds like a very full day for tomorrow. We would start off tomorrow at 9 a.m. with the continuing questioning of Mr. Morford. Is there any other further comments from the commission or questions on procedures at this time? If there's not, I'd like to thank Commissioner, sorry. Was there anything? If not, I'd like to thank all of the commissioners, the staff, and the parties for your cooperation and work today and doing this unusual. Deputy Attorney General, he's waving to himself. Yes, we acknowledge you as well for going through this most unusual DBA process. I'm glad that we're able to make progress. I'm glad that we're able to conclude public witnesses, and I will now declare that we're in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Oh. Riley, we're gonna log in tomorrow again?
Yeah.
Same thing, huh? Okay. Thank you.
Oh.